Development webinar. Over to you, Mr. Verma.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Ms. Neena Nandan, Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Okida Naohisha-san, Director General in the Ministry of Environment of Japan. Professor Takeuchi Kazuhiko, President of Institute of Global Environmental Strategies. Distinguished participants, distinguished audience, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, konnichiwa. I welcome you all to today's extremely important discussions impacting our socio-economic lives, coinciding with India celebrating the 75th anniversary of its independence, and both India and Japan together celebrating 70th anniversary of the year of establishment of diplomatic relations. Ancient Indian wisdom has always emphasized living with the nature and worshipping both flora and fauna. Knowledge of biodiversity, interrelation between living species and the environment, the need to maintain natural dynamism, and the natural way of transgressing the ecological principles are mentioned in Yajurveda. Similarly, the Rig Veda mentions about the forest and healing properties of plants, fishes, and other animals. Cow is believed to be as a theomorphic animal in Atharvaveda. India is one of the 17 mega diverse countries classified by Conservation International. Nearly 65,000 native plants are still used prominently in indigenous health care systems. The country has already documented over 91,000 species of animals and 46,000 species of plants in 10 biogeographical regions. There are 18 biosphere reserves in India as of 2021, out of which 12 have been recognized internationally under Man and Biosphere Reserve Program of UNESCO. There are currently 727 biosphere reserves in 131 countries, including 22 transboundary sites that belong to the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. India is signatory to several major international conventions related to conservation and management of wildlife. Some of these are conventions on biological diversity, Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animal, etc. The National Mission on Biodiversity and Human Well-being of India has two components. Its centerpiece, National Initiative for Sustained Assessment of Resource Governance, will document and map India's biodiversity, including its rich biocultural diversity, to enable conservation and sustainable use of biological resources. The second component will consist of 6 programs, each of which are field-based projects to realize the identified Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development points the way forward and recognizes biodiversity as an important basis, a goal, and the means for achieving sustainable development. Recognizing that our solutions are in nature, we could strive to find development opportunities while preserving nature and achieve win-win in both ecological conservation and high-quality development. The urgency of the current situation and the inherently complex and multidimensional aspects of biodiversity conservation require new ways of working. The scientific community can actively engage and contribute to the policy process by establishing a science policy platform to address key knowledge gaps, improve data gathering, reporting, and monitoring, developing indicators that adequately support implementation of national plans and strategies, and lastly, providing evidence-based recommendations to policymakers. We need to link the private sector, governments and local communities in conservation-compatible investments that deliver sustainable economic and ecological benefits to the country, to the people, and to the environment. In conclusion, while I urge all of us to play our quintessential roles in conservation of biodiversity and promotion of SDGs, I wish today's discussion all the success. Namaskar, arigato gozaimasu.
Call upon Dr. S. Kerketa, Scientist G and the national focal point of the Convention on Biodiversity at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to deliver his special remarks.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you, Shivani. Good morning, good afternoon to all. Respected Professor K. Vijayan Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, Sri Naresh Pal Gangwar, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Okuda-san, Director General, Nature Conservation Bureau, Government of Japan, Takuji-san, President, Institute of Global Environmental Strategies, His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, and other dignitaries and colleagues. I am delighted to join you all for this well-timed webinar. As well, all prepare to formalize the global biodiversity framework, which would guide our collective efforts to conserve global biodiversity in the upcoming decades. India, being one of the mega-diverse countries, has always understood its duty to protect its ecology and continues to live in harmony with nature. India has made efforts to mainstream biodiversity conservation within the realm of public policy and governance at all levels of the government. Among various approaches of biodiversity conservation, we have developed an understanding that integrated landscape management is the way forward to keep a balance among competing land uses while addressing related challenges of poverty alleviation and sustainable food productions. I would like to say that while India continues to strengthen its protected areas network in order to effectively conserve our rich biodiversity, we are exploring the other effective area-based conservation measures to augment our in-situ conservation strategies. Progressing in this direction, India recently reported the Arabili Biodiversity Park, that is near the national capital of the Delhi, as India's first OECM. The COVID-19 pandemic had important links with biodiversity loss and ecosystem health. In order to avoid future emergence and outbreaks of zoonosis and prevent its impact human health, economy and society, we need to embrace principles of One Health with coordination at global, national and local levels. I am confident that the fruitful discussion shall take place among multidisciplinary participants, which today we are going to have it in 3 sessions from both India and Japan, and opportunities for future collaborative efforts shall emerge as a follow-up to this webinar. Thank you all once again. Thank you very much. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Next, I would like to invite Kanami Aikida-san, President of the Remote Sensing Technology Center of Japan, to give special remarks.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. It's my great pleasure to join this historic event. Your Excellency, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of Japan to India, Your Excellency, Professor Vijay Raghavan, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Mr. Leena Nandan. Honorable Director General of Nature Conservation Bureau of Ministry of Environment of Japan, Mr. Naohisa Okuda. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me first congratulate the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, the Ministry of Environment Japan, and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India for coming together in jointly organizing the webinar, Biodiversity, Conservation, and Sustainable Development. India and Japan share several common values which are embedded in their mutual historic Buddhist tradition on conservation. With the recent climate change and other anthropocentric factors, both countries are also exposed to natural disasters and Sorry? 違う。こんなにいかなくていいの。これが。Sorry? On this occasion, I would like to also congratulate Government of India on its 75th anniversary of Indian independence and both countries for the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations. India and Japan share several common values which are embedded in their mutual historic Buddhist tradition and conservation. With the current climate change and other anthropocentric factors, both countries are also exposed to natural disaster and biodiversity loss. When we observe Earth from space, it is a single planet where many countries exist and have no national borders to separate with each other. This should also be the true vision of biodiversity conservation, working beyond borders. Excellencies, in this important occasion, I cannot but recall an experience in my life which brought me to the attention of conservation of biodiversity. It was in the year 2014, we as RESTEC supported the United Nations University in organizing the first World Wildlife Day in Japan, where delegates from the United Nations, India, Japan, and several African countries met to discuss joint cooperation initiatives to protect flora and fauna through an evidence-based policy mechanism. There, I had the opportunity to meet with the current executive director of the Conservation of Biodiversity and Undersecretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Elizabeth Mrema, Minister of Tourism of Uganda, and also the Director of Lusaka Agreement Task Force, an intergovernment body for enforcement against illegal wildlife trafficking in Africa. Since then, we have learned the tough reality of protection and preservation of wildlife, which is quite different from an image of an animal in a zoo. Under the scheme of Lusaka Agreement Task Force, 7 Lusaka Agreement, 7 countries in Africa are engaged in collaborative enforcement using WEMS, Wildlife Environment Monitoring System Network, which was originally created by the United Nations University. Illegal trade of wildlife is also subject to regulation by customs offices, even in Asia, when necessary. Nowadays, DNA analysis could be mobilized to identify the origin. There is an immediate need to address human-wildlife conflict, and poaching and illegal trade are very related. Most of the national parks in Africa do not have fence which separate activities of wildlife from human communities, and many national parks are located across national boundaries, and therefore its management needs international support by plural countries. It is obvious that there have to be good enforcement monitoring mechanism, good land use management practices, and most importantly, very good support from local communities. Thus, there is a need for good landscape management approaches such as Satoyama initiatives and other effective area-based conservation measures, which Japan and India can share their mutual experiences. With the advancement in remote sensing technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, we can make the process of evidence-based policy in national parks and buffer zones more efficient and effective. During the webinar, my colleagues will be presenting how technology can bring a solution to the problem of managing forest and biodiversity. Finally, for India and Japan, as advanced nations in terms of technology and infrastructure, it is my wish that 2 countries will join hands together in building collective action for biodiversity conservation, not only in India and Japan, but also in Africa as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm words. You very beautifully captured the essence of the shared culture and biodiversity and religion, especially in terms of Buddhism between India and Japan. And I think this forms the perfect base for further cooperation between the 2 countries in every aspect. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Suna Watanabesan, Senior Program Coordinator at the United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability at Tokyo, to deliver his special remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm very pleased on behalf of UNU IAS to be part of this important webinar that focuses on a very important topic on the global agenda, that of conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem functions toward ensuring better human well-being. Actually, we can rightly state that managing biodiversity has always been a priority for humans to meet direct sustenance needs and also as the basis of economic activities. It is high time that its conservation and sustainable use gain more widespread acknowledgement at multiple levels of governance. Let me cite some statistics. The IPBES Global Assessment and similar others have emphatically stated that although we are living in a world of relatively high prosperity, its sustainability is at stake as we are losing biodiversity and several of nature's contribution to people at high rates. For instance, the harvest of commercial timber and fish have increased over 50% in the last 50 years, and agricultural production is threefold thence. This may seem to address material requirements for several basic needs, but at the same time, overexploitation is having negative ecological consequences, including extinction of species, increased climate and disaster vulnerabilities, and furthermore, impacting the welfare of several marginalized communities around the world. That said, the assessment also identifies several pathways that will keep us aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. These relate to addressing indirect drivers of biodiversity loss, such as adopting integrated landscape and seascape management, acknowledge and inclusively work with all relevant stakeholders, including indigenous and local communities, ensure policy coherence between different sectors to avoid negative trade-offs, and enhance partnerships and collaborations. In this context, it is good to remind ourselves that both the government of Japan and India, during their respective presidency of the Conference of Parties of Convention on Biological Diversity, launched integrated initiatives. I refer here to the International Satoyama Initiative and the Biodiversity and Health Initiative, respectively. UNU-IAS has promoted this idea for more than a decade now and is also the secretariat of the International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative, IPSH, which counts national and subnational governments, NGOs, academics, and local community organizations as its members. We foster a socio-ecological system approach, which is now being acknowledged, especially in the draft Global Biodiversity Framework. And advancing research in this area is being advocated in science policy circles. However, such inclusive and integrated approaches require rigorous collaboration, building partnerships across actors and stakeholders, both within a country and between countries. We should remind ourselves that biodiversity and ecosystems know no political boundaries, and social and ecological actions have consequences across geographical scales, given the highly interconnected nature of the world we live in. Advancing sustainability ideas requires advocacy in various political forums that further calls for fostering stronger ties between countries. Indeed, this initiative is timely for all the right reasons. I'm truly pleased to see the initiation of such a collaborative bond between Japan and India on this very important topic. As the academic arm of the UN and policy think tanks specializing on issues related to biodiversity and human well-being, I can assure you that UNUIAS stands ready to provide its expertise and support the development of various facets of this collaboration. We wish the endeavor all success. Thank you very much for your attention. ありがとうございました。
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you so much, Watanabe-san. I think you very rightly pointed out that biodiversity conservation is not just important for economic benefits, but is also the very sustenance of human life on Earth. And we really hope that India and Japan can come together to collaborate further on this topic. Now, I would like to, there is a video message from our guest of honor, Okuda Naohisa-san, the Director General of the Nature Conservation Bureau of the Ministry of Environment of Japan.
वैसे नहीं आ रहा है
Not able to hear it.
Not able to hear, please. Host, please restart with the program.
Japan hosted COP10 of CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, in Aichi, Nagoya, under the slogan "Life in."
No, you should start and increase the volume.
これで入ったと思います。
Okuda Naohisa, Director General of Nature Conservation Bureau, Ministry of the Environment, Japan. It is a great pleasure and privilege to me to have the opportunity to say a few words at the opening of this special webinar. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Embassy of India in Tokyo for organizing this significant event. Today, I'm aware that the experts from Japan and India will discuss issues on biodiversity and hope that the effort and experiences of both countries will be shared and enrich our understandings. In 2010, Japan hosted COP10 of CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, in Aichi, Nagoya, under the slogan "Life in Harmony into the Future." The concept of living in harmony with nature, which was highlighted at the COP10, demonstrates the importance of promoting the conservation and the sustainable use of nature and natural resources in an appropriate manner. Quite fortunately, the subsequent COP11 was held in Hyderabad, India in 2012. I appreciate the government of India for its hospitality and respected the chair country's leadership. I recognize that through the COP11 slogan, nature protects if she is protected, India further underlined the fact that the simultaneous achievement of conservation and sustainable use is an important concept that guarantees the future of the planet. I believe these two slogans sent from Japan and India as the same Asian countries show the world how we are moving in step with each other. Now, these like-minded Japan and India support the so-called 30% target of conserving at least 30% of global land and ocean by 2030. And at the second part of CBD COP15 to be held in Kunming, China this year, I'd like to work with India towards the ambitions post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which is a successor to the Aichi biodiversity targets. In the future, I hope that the environment ministries of both countries would strengthen our partnership and exchange views towards COP15 Part 2. To achieve 30 by 30, in addition to protected areas, I think the other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs, are the key measures. Japan is now planning to develop the domestic 30 by 30 roadmap towards COP15 Part 2 and preparing a mechanism to give certification to to areas that contribute to the conservation of biodiversity through the efforts of various sectors. Those areas will eventually be registered as OECM. We recognize that India is in a similar situation and would like to continue to exchange views on how we can promote OECMs. In addition, Japan, together with UNU-IAS, advocated the Satoyama Initiative and launched the International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative, or IPSI, on the occasion of CBD COP10. The Satoyama Initiative aims to promote the sustainable use of local natural resources through landscape approaches and to simultaneously achieve biodiversity conservation and improvement of human well-being. I'm confident that this initiative will greatly contribute to the achievement of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, including 30 by 30 and the SDGs, through the setting and management of OECMs and the implementation of nature-based solutions. Taking this opportunity, I would like to cordially invite the government of India to become a member of IPSI. Finally, I hope this webinar will be a fruitful one. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I would now like to invite our guest of honor, Shri Naresh Pal Gangwar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to deliver his remarks.
Namaskar. Good morning. Professor K. Vijay Raghavanji, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. His Excellency Sanjay Verma-ji, Ambassador of India to Japan. Okuda-san, Director General, Nature Conservation Bureau, Ministry of Environment, Japan. Tekuji-san and dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, I welcome all the dignitaries present here to Indo-Japan webinar on biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. Friends, this could not have been a better occasion than this to hold this important webinar and exchange of views between the two countries. We are all aware that the entire world is now negotiating the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which got more prominence amid the new challenges posed by COVID-19. So this is the best timing to hold the exchange of views between the two countries on a very important issue of biodiversity, conservation, and related issues. I just want to mention here that Indo-Japan Special Strategic and Global Partnership, firmly rooted in history and based on the common values, is the mainspring for advancing the two countries' shared strategic objectives. This constitutes the basis for Indo-Japan bilateral relationship. Further, I wish to mention that India is implementing the Japan International Cooperation Agency (JICA) project in India with an objective to improve forest ecosystem and conserve biodiversity by undertaking afforestation, regeneration, and wildlife management activities through joint forest management approach. India joint ambition for nature and people on 7th October 2021, which now has over 75 countries as its member. India is now working on reporting more areas under the OECMs category of IG Target 11, through which India can achieve 30% mark of conservation area by 2030. This is a challenging task and would require strong support of government, civil society, communities, and corporates to achieve the ambitious target. India has achieved IG Target 11 by protecting more than 17% of terrestrial area in India. India has also committed to restore 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030, more than its earlier target of 21 million hectares at a UN conference to combat desertification. This would help in enhancing India's biodiversity. India and Japan are the most like-minded party to the Convention on Biodiversity. As Japan hosted 10th Conference of Parties to Convention on Biodiversity in Nagoya, Aichi Prefecture, Japan in 2010, and is followed by 11th meeting of Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity at Hyderabad in India 2012. I am glad that Nagoya Protocol, Aichi targets, and the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on Liability and Redress to Cartagena Protocol on Biodiversity are all named after Japanese landscapes. That shows the importance of the issue of biodiversity for Japan. India took leadership of Nagoya Protocol, and first IRCC under the Nagoya Protocol were published by India in year 2015. And so far, leading the world, India has published 2,413 out of 3,413 IRCC. India has also achieved Aichi Target 16 by framing guidelines 2014 for realizing the objectives of Nagoya Protocol implemented in India. India has also taken leadership role to conserve biodiversity by organizing 2 COPs within a span of less than a year. India hosted COP 14 of UNCCD during September 2019 in New Delhi, followed by COP 13 of the Convention of Migratory Species in Gandhinagar in Gujarat during February 2020. The 2 COPs are intimately linked with the conservation of biodiversity. I sincerely hope that a constructive outcome will come from today's discussions, and I hope that both the countries will learn from each other's experience about the steps being taken by both the countries in conserving the biodiversity. And the webinar will contribute in shaping the future biological conservation and sustainable efforts in both India and Japan, and strengthen the partnership between India and Japan. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Thank you so much for highlighting all the collaborations between India and Japan in the biodiversity arena and the advancements made by India in achieving the many biodiversity conservation targets and milestones. Next, we have a video message from the guest of honor, Professor Takeuchi Kazuhiko-san, President of the Institute for Global Environment Strategies.
My name is Kazuhiko Takeuchi, and I am the president of the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to deliver my short intervention for the India-Japan webinar on biodiversity conservation and sustainable development, hosted by the Embassy of India, Tokyo. India and Japan have some interesting and contrasting challenges. For example, India's growing population means that human encroachment on natural habitat is a major issue. Japan has the opposite problem: land abandonment resulting from an aging population and migration from rural areas to cities. Although urbanization generally improves socioeconomic and ecological efficiency, the depopulation of rural areas have implications for the biodiversity of socio-ecological systems like socio-ecological production landscapes and seascapes or CEPRUS. When these areas are abandoned, particular ecosystems replace a diversity of habitat types and thereafter favor a smaller set of species. An interesting result of COVID in both India and in Japan has been a slowing of migration from rural to urban areas, enabled by recent advancement in information and communication technology. India and Japan also have a lot in common, including a commitment to conservation. Japan and India were hosts of successive meetings of Conference of the Parties to the CBD, in 2010 and 2012, the handing over of the COP presidency was one of many examples of cooperation between our countries. Now both countries are preparing to adopt the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework at COP15 later this year. One of the most discussed aspects of this proposed framework is a goal of 30% terrestrial and marine ecosystems, so-called 30 by 30, through protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs, by 2030. OECM is a conservation designation for areas that are achieving effective in-situ conservation of biodiversity outside of protected areas. Although the OECM concept only recently began to take off worldwide, and very few OECMs have so far been verified, OECM potential in both India and Japan is high. That potential is partly due to a focus on socio-ecological systems, agroforestry systems in India, and Satoyama landscapes in Japan. Some years ago, I co-authored a paper with Professor Mohan Kumar, who was then at the Kerala Agricultural University on agroforestry in the western Ghats of Peninsular India and the Satoyama landscape of Japan. The paper illustrated the similarity in evolutionary trajectory between these two systems, despite their differences. Cyprus are example of what we call circulating and ecological sphere, or CES, in which regions or local areas demonstrate their strengths by utilizing their unique characteristics, building self-reliant and decentralized societies within which resources are circulated and exchanged within neighboring areas according to the unique characteristics of each area. My staff at IGES, including several Indians, continue to produce research on these systems in top environmental peer-reviewed journals and elsewhere, and we are entering a renewed phase of the Satoyama Initiative, an international initiative to improve our understanding of Cyprus. Some researchers are also investigating collaboration with India on CES, and we look forward to seeing that develop. I hope this short intervention has illustrated the dynamic nature of India and Japan's relationship around biodiversity. Thank you for the opportunity to share it with you.
Thank you. And now to deliver the keynote address, I would like to invite Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma-ji, Shri Naresh Pal Gangwar, Kanema Ikeda-san, Suna Watanabesan, Okura Noisha-san, Additional Secretary from the Ministry of Environment and Forests, Mr. Naresh Pal Gangwar. I've already mentioned him. Thank you for your words. And Professor Takeuchi Kazuhiko. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. And I must say that I've learned a lot listening to all of you. And further, there's not much I can add in terms of the way biodiversity issues are being addressed and the kinds of international, binational collaborations and what India is doing and what Japan is doing in these contexts specific to our geographical and population concerns. Let me step back a little bit, therefore, and give a slightly more general view, answering some key questions, hopefully, about where we are and where we need, how we came here and where we need to go. Now, one important question we can ask is, why should we worry about biodiversity? If you go to the poorest of the poor in any country in the world and ask them what are their top 10 problems, the global conservation of biodiversity, even though it's a very important issue, will not be on their list. They are fraught with immediate concerns about making living, about health, about education, about agriculture, and so on. That all of this is related to the healthy biodiversity and conservation on the planet is something which doesn't impact on our specific day-to-day concerns. And this is the big gap which we have come to create. And this rift between the need to do things on a planetary scale and the challenge of addressing issues on a day-to-day scale need to be bridged, and that is possible today. Now let us ask where we came from to this situation. Charles Darwin said, there is grandeur in this view of life with its several parts having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning, endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved. Now, this is Darwin writing in his Origin of Species treatise, perhaps one of the first and maybe one of the very few works of deep science which doesn't have a specialist version and a layperson version. Anyone can read Darwin's Origin of Species. Now, that is the level of communication which we need. How do we know that what Darwin said, Alfred Russel Wallace said, is true? We know that because of the way humans in the 19th century and 20th century have understood nature's engineering, not just in biology, but in geology and everything else, astronomy and so on and so forth. One of the things we've learned about life is that not only has this common form from so simple a beginning have all life evolved, but we know that this shared origin means a shared chemistry. And the thread of DNA underlies the connection between the shared chemistry. In other words, all life on this planet is connected by chemistry. But they're also connected at a higher and higher level by the stability of ecosystems. You can have, for example, a little bit of toxin from the skin of a frog in the Amazon, but that toxin comes from the frog having eaten an ant, and that ant gets the toxin by having eaten a fungus. So it is not that you can take that frog and keep it in your laboratory and extract that toxin. No, that ecosystem is important. Now, this interdependence of an ecosystem is critical for many reasons. One reason it is very important is that this links not only to the biodiversity around a particular area, but to the stability of ecosystems and the variability of ecosystems. That relates to matters such as weather and climate, the amount of oxygen, carbon dioxide, other kinds of impacts on the ecosystems as water supply. That links to the flow of rivers and of oceans, and that links to climate and on a planetary scale, the impact of climate change. So it is not that biodiversity is to be conserved only because it's beautiful, only because it's complex, only because we need to have a few national parks where we can go and take a look at the wide variety. But biodiversity is there everywhere in our golf courses and right up to our forests, everywhere. And they play a critical role in health and disease of the planet. Now, in that situation, let me end by saying, what do we do? I've said why we need to conserve biodiversity. Now, there are, 4 components in our interaction with biodiversity. The first of all is survey. We need to survey our biodiversity, not just in a blinkered manner that this is what is there, in terms of a microbial diversity, a bacterial biodiversity, a marine biodiversity in the forest and so on. But that has to be studied in a context of human interventions, how they are, how they function, what are the consequences. Now, these are important because it is not just that, the biodiversity in a particular area is independent of human interactions. Humans have become the dominant force in directing these interactions. So humans who started with domesticating plants and animals, and through agriculture started widening their impact through the creation of fertilizers by the Haber-Bosch process, by creating ammonia and then fertilizers. Today, for example, half the nitrogen in you and I come from the Haber-Bosch process. We have broken the chain of dependence on natural interactions and have greatly amplified our ability to create conditions through chemistry, through biology, through engineering, through industrial revolutions, to not just survive on the planet, but be the drivers of the change in the planet. So this surveillance, this survey which we need to do of biodiversity needs to look at this interactive system. And that's not easy. It requires engineers, planners, scientists of every kind, physicists and others, chemists working with ecologists to do this survey. And this involves analysis and use of big data on a scale which is unimaginable but feasible now. The next point, the second point, which we need to interact with biodiversity after survey is surveillance. Our interactions with other forms of life, animals and other animals and plants with our microbial diversity is enormous. And therefore, the surveillance for potential zoonotic spillover of disease from other contexts, all of that is very important. And that again needs to be done on scale. We are interacting on a scale with our environment in close proximity to situations where we never came to contact before. And that's going to be very important. And the pandemic is one example of that consequence. So after survey and surveillance, the third part is about use. Now, almost all the medicines which 20th century pharma discovered, not almost all, but a very large number of them came from the historic studies of plants for human interactions, of conventional, traditional wisdom and knowledge, and many components have been isolated from these medicinal plants. And just as I mentioned about the frog in the Amazon, many other components are not isolatable, but have to be addressed in a context-dependent manner. So this range of both traditional medicine to what is more, more commonly stated as modern medicine, and the extraction of components needs to be done very carefully in a very tested manner, where you actually make sure that all the rigors of science are brought to play. But this is not easy, and this requires, again, great collaborations. But this is something which is more feasible because of the tools available in science right now. So after surveillance, we have come to use. Finally, we have to look at sustainable development. Dense populations need space, need employment, need a high standard of living. And so far, the attitude of the industrialized countries since the start of the first industrial revolution has been to look at nature as an enemy which needs to be curtailed. Today, we have the tools in terms of energy sources as well as various other kinds of technologies to ensure that we can have development and have it sustainable, even though it involves huge challenges for our populations in taking them out of poverty, having them have proper health access, agricultural access, and so on. So new technologies in other areas, conservation science in other areas, such as in health, agriculture, industrial development, all need to impact again on biodiversity. So if we address survey, surveillance, use, and sustainable development, along with focusing on biodiversity, then I think we are shaping ourselves as leaders of new directions, but also will have a very positive impact on the poorest of the poor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Raghavan, for such an interesting and captivating address. I think you've laid out a kind of roadmap of the past, present, and future of the biodiversity conservation space, and also highlighted the gap between the things at the planetary scale and the day-to-day scale, and yet biodiversity being the quintessential glue holding everything together. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Tarun Kathula, Director, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Shivani. Good morning, good afternoon to all distinguished guests, dignitaries, and eminent experts who are there today for this India-Japan webinar. It's my great honor to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of this important webinar on the eve of 70th anniversary of India-Japan initiatives. I would like to first thank and extend my gratitude to His Excellency Shri Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, for giving his welcome address, which he stressed that healing properties are there in the nature, and this is very relevant amid COVID situations in the globe. I would also thank for the speakers Kanami Hideko-san, President of Remote Sensing Technology Center Tokyo, who also stressed that Buddhism and intolerance, which are closely linked to biodiversity. I would also thank Dr. S. Korkata, Advisor and National Focal Point of this ministry, who has spearheaded this webinar through this ministry in successful organization. I also would like to thank Dr. Sunano Watanabesan, Senior Program Coordinator, United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study on Sustainability, Tokyo, for his kind words on nature contribution and Satoyama Initiatives, which he explained. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to our guest of honors, Okadu Naoshia-san, Director General, Conservation Bureau, Ministry of Environment, Japan, through his video address. I would also like to thank Shri Naresh Pal Gangwar, sir, Additional Secretary in this ministry, who has brought that how India has a leadership role in the biodiversity conservation, especially by organizing a series of COPs which are closely related to biodiversity. And now I also like to thank Professor Takechu Kajayo-san, President IGES, for delivering through his video message. And finally, I would like to give a special thanks to Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, sir, our Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, who has highlighted the futuristic challenges that we have to be careful, and also linking it to Darwinism, and also stressing the importance of ecosystem. He, in his speech, has highlighted the concept of SSS, Survey, Surveillance and Sustainable Development, which is the best takeaway of this inaugural session. I would like to thank the core teams of this Ministry of Environment, Government of Japan, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan, and Office of Principal Advisor to Government of India for successfully bringing all the experts and organizing this webinar. I would like to thank the core team, especially Dr. V.B. Mathur, Chairman, National Biodiversity Authority, Dr. Kapati Bapat, Scientist Staff from the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. I would also like to thank Dr. Usha Dikshitji, Science Counselor to Embassy of Tokyo in Japan. I would like to thank Tanaka Iji-san, Senior Coordinator for Biodiversity Policy Division and Nature Conservation Bureau in the Ministry of Environment, Japan. And I would like to thank our own colleague, Dr. Saurav Upadhyaya, who is Deputy Director in this ministry, and also Shri Shivani for comparing this event. And I would also thank our media friends who are there, and NIC and IT teams for their support during this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will now be taking a very short 5-minute break before we move on to the next item on the agenda for today.
Right.
Hello and welcome back. We will now be moving on to our next segment. We have today an extremely knowledgeable and well-experienced panel of speakers. To begin with, we have the first session on promoting integrated socio-ecological systems approaches and One Health approaches. This session will be chaired by Dr. Remy Chandran, Senior Expert at the Remote Sensing Technology Center of Japan. I will now be calling upon the speakers one by one. The first speaker is Dr. Anupam Joshi, Senior Environmental Specialist of the World Bank at New Delhi. Over to you, Mr. Joshi.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to be here and share my thoughts about socio-ecological complex systems and One Health. Fortunately, right now, the bank is heavily engaged in developing One Health frameworks, as well as support borrowing countries in rolling out the One Health approach. Now, I think One Health itself represents a classic example of what could be considered as a complex socio-ecological system, because it brings together and attempts to harmonize the three very essential pillars of planetary health, which are broken down into human health, the environmental health or the wildlife health, and the animal health, which is broadly the livestock health. These are three spheres where human interactions are of critical importance in the way it also relates to the environmental health. I think the principal scientific advisor has amply highlighted the breaking down of natural cycles or the relationship that we as Homo sapiens used to have with nature. Of course, emerging infectious diseases, the most recent pandemic that we are going through about the COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 virus has highlighted the critical importance of preserving our ecological complexes, which are not only necessary because they support our economic growth and development. The amount of ecosystem services we derive from nature are tremendous. There have been various studies, and I'm sure many of you are fully aware of the importance of and criticality of these ecosystem services. But just to highlight as an example, the pollination services, our wild biodiversity, which helps support agriculture pollination. It has been variously estimated that if we didn't have natural pollinators, the agriculture sector might need to invest in the range of $250 billion every year just to pollinate the crops. And this is just one example of how we are seeing this. Apple productivity in Himachal Pradesh lowered because of lowering of natural bees in the region. We are also seeing that increasing human interactions with animal systems, whether it is wildlife, whether it is domesticated livestock, or the exchanges that are happening between livestock and wildlife, and through this interaction coming into the human health space, are also quite alarming. There are several examples of this already available. The AIDS, for example, Ebola, and of course now the SARS-CoV-2. So there is an urgent need to work out some mechanisms that help us, in sensitizing Homo sapiens right from a very early age about the way we respect, we preserve, we ensure the conservation of nature. Now, this is important because we need a continuous flow of ecosystem services, as well as we need to manage the entirety of our socio-ecological complexes. Speakers in the inaugural session also talked about the high amount of dependence of several vulnerable and rural poor communities, especially indigenous peoples and tribals who live within or outside the forest areas. Now, their everyday income, what we call, their dollar a day, essentially comes from biodiversity. And their interactions vis-a-vis the amount of development that we are now seeing happening all around us is again creating a very complex ecosystem. I live in Delhi, and I have seen that, over the past 20, 25 years, Delhi has lost several of its wetlands. While Delhi has gained a lot with infrastructure development such as metro rail, which is helping thousands and thousands of people to commute in a less polluting manner. But at the same time, we are seeing that to house sheds for metro, to lay down routes, Delhi is losing a lot of its, very pristine and long preserved wetlands. Now, again, this highlights the complexity of both social aspects and ecological aspects, and throw into this the human aspects, it becomes further complicated. We are trying to work out, support our client countries, including India, which happens to be one of the largest borrower of the World Bank, from the World Bank. We are currently engaged in India in several fronts through a $1 billion project on COVID-19 emergency health project, which is laying the foundation for starting a global national center on One Health, which is scheduled to come up in Nagpur. We are currently also engaged with the Ministry of Livestock, that is Ministry of Agriculture, and developing another project on One Health exclusively, which is bringing together the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Wildlife, especially through either WII or Central Zoo Authority and other such agencies, as well as engaging the National Center for Disease Control, ICMR, Indian Council for Medical Research, and the Ministry of Agriculture itself in working out a system that, while may look complex, but when it works out, when it is under the operation phase, it is simple enough for each of different streams of One Health, that is the human health, the animal health, and the environmental health, to work in their own spheres, but converge in an harmonious manner, that we can share information in real time, which will help us improve the disease surveillance and diagnostics capacity in the country, as well as contribute significantly in predicting potential outbreaks. We all know that almost 75% of the emerging infectious diseases lie in animal systems, and of this, more than 60% have their origin in wildlife. Therefore, bringing the wildlife side significantly into and integrating it with the human health and animal health spheres is of critical importance if we are to predict what are the potential hotspots for emerging infectious diseases, as well as to inform or to forecast potential emerging infectious diseases. This is of critical importance, not just from a human health and economic point of view, but the impact we have seen it does on global economy. Today's world is economically integrated. Production happens in one country, packaging happens in another country, parts are assembled in another country. So we have a strong global integration. And yet another example of this complex socio-ecological system is the fact that the world is facing a huge shortage of integrated circuits and chips, because production was hit. And as a result, if you look around, there's a huge waiting list in buying things like cars or new cameras or anything which uses the chip. There's a huge shortage about this. Yet another example of our complex socio-economic and ecological systems. Interestingly, when I am speaking about it, we also need to keep in mind that the mining of rare earth and rare materials for these chips happen somewhere else. So yet another example of complexity of how integrated we have become as administratively, as ecologically, as economically, yet part of a larger, one planet. So I would like to conclude by saying that there is a need to unbundle a little bit about this complexity of human, socioeconomic and socioecological complexes, which doesn't mean that, different entities, different agencies who are responsible to work within these spheres need to come together, but they must ensure that activities happening in one sphere is complementary and synergistic for the other sphere. I would therefore urge us to all look around us, think how institutionally, administratively, we can create a mechanism whereby this socio-ecological complex is simple enough for people to pursue their aspirations, their economic gains, as well as preserve health. Health for all three. Health for our domesticated livestock, health for our wild animals, and health for humans. With this, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Anubhav, and greatly appreciate this. My name is Remy Chandran. Sorry that I couldn't say a few words at the beginning. So, no, it's a very interesting panel, and we are talking about a very important issue regarding socio-ecological systems and One Health. And as you rightly mentioned, Dr. Anubhav, that we need to complement the work of that we do in different spheres so that we don't contradict on our efforts. Though we may be contributing to one area, we may not be conflicting to the other one. So in a kind of understanding of the each areas of conservation is also very important. And without wasting any time, I would like to call Dr. Maiko Nishi, who is also a research fellow at the United Nations University. Maiko, I have your presentation here with me, so if you want to share, do you want to share it and try? If not, I can.
I think I have a problem with sharing.
Okay, so I will do it from here. So yes, so give me a few minutes. Okay. Maiko, the floor is yours. Can you
Thank
see
you very much.
Yeah,
thank you very. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some insights from the experience of the Satoyama Initiative. My name is Maiko Nishi. I'm a research fellow of the Union IAS. The integrated socio-ecological system approaches are the cornerstone of the Satoyama Initiative. So I'd like to briefly introduce the initiative and also share some lessons learned from the activities of our partners who have been actually implementing the integrated landscape approaches on the ground. And finally, I will try to draw out some implication for policy coherence and also bilateral collaboration. Next slide, please. So over a decade ago, our United Nations University joined forces of the Ministry of the Environment of Japan to promote the Satoyama Initiative and thereby globally realize the vision of societies in harmony with nature. So this initiative is based on the concept of socio-ecological production landscape and seascapes, SEPOS, which I'm going to explain further in a minute. And so in order to implement this concept for policy making and management practices, the International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative, IPSI, was launched during the CBD COP10 in 2010. So this is a global platform to promote networking and collaboration to better manage the SEPOS, and particularly intended to contribute to the second objective of CBD. And started with the 51 founding member organization, the partnership has continuously expanded, now consisting of 283 members. including national, local governments, NGO, private sector, academia, and importantly, indigenous peoples and local communities. So these partners are very much dedicated to work together to foster the synergies among their activities, so as to bring about system-wide change and also global realize the vision of the initiative. And the next slide, please. So the key concept of the initiative, Socioecological Production Landscape, Seascape, was coined based on the 4-year multi-stakeholder assessment on Japanese Satoyama landscape and seascapes. So we defined it as area where the production activities like agriculture, forestry has been contributing to not only the livelihood and well-being of local communities, but also biodiversity and sustainable development. So the key feature of this landscape seascape is the dynamic human-nature interactions on the mosaic landscape and seascapes, which rendered a mutual benefit for human and nature. So these landscape and seascapes can be found in many parts of the world, differently called in local terms or different languages, but commonly embedded in some certain specific local context where some resource use practices are actually undertaken. So through these kind of practices, these landscape and seascapes are very much linked to the local culture and also traditional knowledge. Next slide, please. So serving as secretariat, we have been collecting the case studies on sepals management from our partners. So among the efforts to share and also disseminate the knowledge and information derived from these case studies, we have been publishing our annual series of case study compression since 2015. So each volume are focused on certain hot topic like transformative change and OECMs in the sepals context. And also we try to synthesize the case study finding for policy recommendation to fit into the international processes and also to help achieve the global goal. Next slide, please. So the latest volume of this series featured the topic of nexus between biodiversity, health, and sustainability in consideration of rising health concerns under the pandemic, and also increasingly emphasized call for integrated solutions. So for instance, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development emphasized the indivisible nature of all the targets and goals, and also calling for integrated solutions to balance all the 3 dimensions of sustainable development. And in particular, Target 1714 is to enhance policy coherence so as to address the systemic issues for sustainable development. And also the parties of the CBD adopted the Kunming Declaration last year, and stressing the need for urgent and integrated solution action for transformative change that can be made through policy coherence at all the level of government across sector and also societies, so as to achieve the 2050 vision for sustained biodiversity, living in harmony with nature. So despite these political commitments, the challenge is the trade-offs associated with the different pathways to achieve multiple goals for sustainable development. So in order to address these trade-offs and also create synergies, the Nexus thinking has evolved. This is a perspective that emphasizes dynamic interdependencies of ecosystem components and also human uses across different spatial scale and also between different components. Next slide, please. So in this context, we collected 11 case studies on the topic and synthesized the finding. And here we found that the trade-offs are an inherent challenge in sepals management due to its multiplicity to simultaneously achieve multiple goals. So the trade-offs cut across sectors, scales, and levels, but are largely manifested between different ecosystem services, different stakeholders, and also different human well-being components, including material, relational, subjective dimensions of well-being. And importantly here, the trade-offs are political and also gendered due to the different political and economic powers among the stakeholders. For instance, the case study from Wayanad district, Kerala, India, noted the cascading effects of the change in the Peri wetland. In order to increase the agricultural productivity and profitability, the rice paddy were converted to banana plantations. So despite the economic gain by particularly those running the plantation, this has led to some reduction of wetland capacity for rainwater storage and aquifer recharging, and also negatively impacting the environmental health through the toxic pesticide. So these impacts were disproportionately felt by the tribal communities who highly depend on these ecosystems for their livelihood. Next slide, please. So, but the CEPOS management can minimize the trade-offs and also maximize the synergies, particularly by enhancing the local stakeholders' ability to access resources and also benefit from ecosystem functions for their health and well-being. So, for instance, our partner, Southeast Asia Forum for Environment, conducted biorights project in 2 peri-urban wetlands in India. So the project used a rights-based conservation model, essentially recognizing the rights of marginal fisher and farmers who also engage in wetland conservation. So through a capacity development for conservation activities and provision of training for alternative livelihoods, not to exploit the ecosystems, and also through reducing financial risks, this project ensured the livelihood security of those people so as to achieve both conservation and development. And in particular, this project promoted the gender equity and also women's empowerment so as to redress the power balance among the local community members. Next slide, please. So building on these case study findings, we also identified 4 steps to materialize Nexus approaches for more concerted efforts for sustainability. The first step is to identify a Nexus hotspot, which is a vulnerable area of Nexus where the trade-offs are established. So this could be made through the co-production of knowledge among different stakeholders who can learn from each other and also bring together resources and also develop their own capacity for sound decision-making and action. And the second step is to ensure a multidimensional well-being of local communities and also safeguard economic viability of interventions so that those who are dependent on the ecosystems can be motivated and also continuously engaging in conservation activities. And the third step is to strengthen community-based governance institutions and also mainstream these institutions through phased and adaptive approaches. And here, the government authority can play a critical role to govern various action by different stakeholders, particularly by enhancing policy coherence and also putting in place a fair and equitable mechanism for incentive creation and also benefit sharing. But policymaking and implementation should be informed by others, particularly local communities where the integrated approaches were practiced on the ground. And the fourth step is to adapt the global frameworks and indicator in the locally contextualized manner, and also engage in whole of society approaches so as to facilitate more inclusive and participatory processes for the entire planning processes, including monitoring evaluation. And so building on this, the important way forward is to strengthen the bilateral cooperation through global networking involving multiple stakeholders so that we can learn from the local experiences and also bring together different resources and also finally create synergies among them. And so this could better inform policy making and implementation to be more coherent and inclusive to achieve the global goal for sustainable development and biodiversity conservation. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michael, for the excellent presentation. And I think we will have a discussion on this during the panel session. And without wasting time, I would like to call Dr. Umar Ramakrishnan. And before that, I have a short announcement that after this presentation, we would like to invite Mr. Kazuo Tachi, who has to leave earlier. So after that, it would be Dr. Morita Kanako. So please, first is Dr. Umar Ramakrishnan.
I'll go ahead and share my screen. Thanks for the invitation.
Yes,
yeah.
Yep.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, please. Yes.
So
yes, we can.
Yeah. So we're here today talking about a very important issue, but the backdrop of the world we live in is biodiversity, and this is a map of vertebrates and their distribution across the world. And it's clear that biodiversity is concentrated in certain parts of the world, and it's also clear as we go forward that integrating knowledge of biodiversity is important to human and planetary health. So you've all seen this probably and heard about it already, but there's no doubt that the frequency of novel viral zoonoses, for example, the economic costs of viral zoonoses, and the geographic spread, all three things has been increasing over time. You can see, for example, a couple of diseases mentioned here, but these zoonotic pandemics are affecting us, more of us, they are more common, and they are costing us a lot more. So these three factors make it critical for us to really think about these zoonoses and the pandemics they may cause. You also saw this, that 60% of all infectious diseases come from wildlife and 75% of them are emerging infectious diseases. So because we are mammals and mammals around us have many pathogens, it is most likely that they would spill over from other mammals, including livestock and some birds. And so understanding the relationship between zoonoses and biodiversity is really important. When we look at, this is a meta-analysis from a few years ago, a predictive map of where we may expect novel pathogen emergence or spillover, we find that it correlates with high mammal biodiversity, high land use change, high human population density, and high livestock density. And being superlative in all of these, India, for example, shows up as a potential hotspot for zoonotic emergence, as does several other parts of Asia, Southeast Asia, and even Japan to some extent. So if we look, though, at what has actually emerged or re-emerged, we see that we do not see so much of emergence or novel spillover in India, at least. And I think, I believe that this is possibly because of knowledge gaps, because this area overall hasn't been researched or studied too much. I think as we think about spillover, what's really important, especially in the context of this session, is not just talking about hazard. The fact that high biodiversity, more species implies more pathogens, but that we need to work towards frameworks to minimize risk, which is the intersect of hazard, more bad species, more viral pathogens, exposure, human behaviors, livestock rearing, and also vulnerability, whether we have technological preparedness solutions like vaccines beforehand to counter potential pandemics and spillover events. And of course, this also tells you that this perspective of minimizing risk will necessitate an integration of various fields of study from sociology, ecology, epidemiology, biomedical sciences, and so on. So this is something which we must incorporate in our thinking, that One Health, what we're talking about today, is a very interdisciplinary field. So I've done some research, not so much in One Health, but in studying zoonotic spillover or potential for zoonotic spillover. We've worked on a bat harvest in Nagaland, where the boma come together to harvest bats from a cave. And we've shown, for example, that these are high interfaces for zoonotic spillover. We have some evidence of potential spillover from these studies here. We've also worked, for example, in mixed-use landscapes in the Western Ghats, a plantation landscape nestled right amongst and next to protected areas where tigers and elephants are found. And we find that, for example, when we look at small mammals here, these are tea plantations, there's a high prevalence of pathogenic species of bacteria like Bartonella and so on, suggestive that there is again a high possibility of spillover. So our goal here was to look at specific scenarios and say, is there a possibility of spillover, and to try and kind of quantify that in some way. Of course, the One Health perspective, which is solution oriented, would be to ask, how can we minimize or change these probabilities of spillover? Could we maybe modify behavior? In the case of this bat harvest, maybe bats harvested at times when the viral load or viral shedding is lower, or minimizing harvest, or could we change distributions of land use? For example, these habitats in the Western Ghats production landscapes very fragmented. So could we change the distribution such that the edge is minimized, and so the probability of spillover we know these landscapes have pathogens to humans is reduced. So basically, how do we move forward for a One Health perspective? It must be integrative. I'm sorry if this comes across as inappropriate, but there are many ministries, as we've just heard, involved. But in moving forward, we must work together to integrate various kinds of knowledge and to feedback and be nimble. And I've been doing a little bit of work trying to pull together teams of people to work together on something like this. For example, we've put together a consortium of partners from academia, NGOs, government think tanks, and so on. And we're trying to work with the BBMP, the primary stakeholder of health in Bangalore city, on this program called Bengaluru One Health City. And the idea is to use, land use, land cover change, do environmental surveillance, modeling and prediction, various things to try to minimize, the possibility of spillover, and also a One Health perspective, integrate a One Health perspective into governance, into the primary stakeholders of health in the governmental system. And we did a little bit of work on environmental surveillance, just to give you an idea. So we worked in two sewage watersheds in Bangalore, Yelahanka and Jakkur, and we actually sampled wastewater. We looked at inflow and outflow, so pre-treatment and post-treatment, and we were able to test for SARS-CoV-2. We actually tracked the second wave. You can see in these graphs below that the CT value, or the viral load, the amount of virus actually goes up and then comes down. That's basically the COVID wave, which we saw, we experienced in great seriousness. We all experienced. So we can also sequence variants from sewage. We can learn when there are transitions between Delta and Omicron. And I think that sewage surveillance and wastewater monitoring will be a great tool going forward, and hopefully will be used extensively. And finally, I am hoping and working with several partners in the Northeast with hopefully applied for a project for potential funding through the Department of Biotechnology to understand this interface between hosts, potential spillover, and public health, with public health partners, with clinician partners, with NGO and wildlife partners. So I just thought that these are some examples of research efforts. I'm a scientist, I'm a researcher, and how we can talk about the One Health approach, but how do we begin to gather the data and work together with others to make it real? That's all I have to say. So thanks very much. I hope I didn't overshoot my time.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. You are right in time. And I want to quickly, before I go into the next presentation, I want to say that we have a very good number of people who are working on One Health. You heard Anubhav speaking, and we have Dr. Manabu Onuma, who is also from NIS and IAS, and Maiko is also one health expert as well. So you have few people which will engage again during the plenary session. So don't go away. So next, I would like to invite our executive director, Mr. Kazuo Tachi, from the Remote Sensing Technology Center of Japan. Tachi-san is a former executive director at JAXA and has been working with remote sensing center from last year onwards. Tachi-san, over to you.
Thank you, Rami. Good morning, India. Good afternoon in Japan. Excellency, dear colleagues and distinguished participants. I'm sorry to be in the program. My schedule constraint, I will not be able to attend the webinar after 4 o'clock. But I don't miss this opportunity, a very important opportunity. So I would like to my presentation, and I thank you for acceptance of my solicitation. I'm really honored to give my presentation in this memorial webinar. My name is Kazuo Tachi. I'm the Executive Managing Director of ResTech. I'd like to express my gratitude to the webinar organizer for inviting me to speak here today. Let me introduce myself a little bit. I joined ResTech in 2020. Before then, I worked at Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, counterpart of ISRO, Indian Space Agency. So at the time, I was in charge of Earth observation program in JAXA. Okay, let me show some slides, okay? Oops. Can you hear? Can you see?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Probably, can you? Oh, yes, we can see it now.
You can see?
Very clear, yes.
Okay, thank you. Oops. Just bit. Okay. First, I would like to introduce our organization, ResTech. ResTech is a technology, Remote Sensing Technology Center, was established on August 1, 1975, 47 years ago. And since then, ResTech has been supporting JAXA. For example, satellite mission operations, calibration validation of their data, and data analysis for applications. In addition, ResTech performs its own business, R&D, capacity building, not only for the Japanese, but also internationally, and consulting other solution services. Please look at the right side. There are some image of the products. For example, the AW3D is the satellite data, which was AW3D means the ALOS World Trade 3-dimension. That means the ALOS is the Advanced Land Observing Satellite, which was a big satellite in Japan, which carried 3 instruments. One of them can produce a stereoscopic image. Using this capability, worldwide stereoscopic data were produced. Low resolution data, 30 meters of the AW3D, is freely open from JAXA website. You can get anytime from the JAXA website. And high resolution data, 5 meters, are solved by ResTech. Furthermore, we improved this capability using a high resolution satellite, WorldView 3, and you can look at the photo. This seems to be an aerial photo. From it was taken by satellite, but looks like an aerial photo. And then the ALOS 2 bottom line is JAXA's synthetic aperture radar satellite. Probably so many people don't know that this is a satellite, but it's a good one. I will later show you the examples. So next one is a solution service of our ResTech. Infrastructure, for example, infrastructure is distortion or displacement on the ground or river bank is detected by the synthetic aperture radar. I don't say the technological details, but this displacement is detected in millimeter scale. So the very slight change was detected in this satellite data. In agriculture field, there are many applications, crop package, monitoring growth of the rice field and paddy or something. Many applications was done in the agriculture field. And also the disaster. Japan is a disaster-prone country with many disasters, floods, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption, and snowfall. Right now, heavy snowfall in Japan. Also monitored disaster stricken area after disaster occurred. Let's analyze these data to detect damaged areas under the contract of projection. Another one is forest. Forest, I think I will show you later more detail. As for the ocean, sea surface temperature, chlorophyll concentration are observed by satellites. These data are utilized for weather forecast, fishery, and so on. From now, I show you the application of a forest. So the vertical right side, left side, the vertical items, there's applications. For example, deforestation, gross monitoring, bioestimation. And how to use these data is satellite data, airborne, drone. So in Elastic, we usually use the Sentinel or Landsat to satellite data. Also, we use the airborne SAR data, which means AIRS too. So it is we are very much interested in to use the satellite data. Also, we sometimes use airborne. Also, we use drone. Drone is a good tool to precisely monitor the air on the ground. So of course we have some technology, simulation model, AI, and integrated technology. So we can use these ribbons in this and the technology combined to get the new solutions. Oops. I don't know what. Can't work. Why? Something wrong.
Tachi-san, do you want to reshare it again? Unshare and reshare, maybe it may work.
Maybe unshare?
First unshare and then reshare.
I have no idea. I can't.
Oh.
It's working. Something wrong. I couldn't. Can you?
I will try to share the.
Okay, I stopped.
Yes. Can you stop and try again?
Yes.
Stop and try. Can you try again? Just upload again. It may work this time. If it.
Probably. Oh, sure. Okay, this is an example of the satellite data from the optical instrument and radar data. So this is up here is satellite optical satellite data, Landsat 8. Lower photo is advanced data. So you look at, of course, the color image is from the optical instrument, but data is not color image, so just black and white. But you can hear the satellite can this SAR data is very unique instrument to measure not only the cloudy day or a day and night. You can get the data. So the thing it's a decoration. Okay, and one of the the example to detect deforestation. So we look at the bottom line. This is image of the satellite urban cell data, and you can hear that after the 1.5 months interval, you can find the difference between these data. It's supposed to be a new area to detect it because of the deforestation. So this is an example of JJ-FAST, JICA, Japan, JAXA project, which is monitors forest every 1.5 month to entire tropical rainfall areas. So many examples. This is a deforestation detection from the Peru. It's one of the examples. So in this case, we use the satellite Sentinel data and Landsat 2 data. This Landsat 8 and the Sentinel 2 data. And this is we are involved into the JICA program as a JICA expert, and then monitor the deforestation. Another one is a very good example. This is Indian continent, and there are several figures indication for precipitation and soil moisture or other things. This is produced by JAXA using several satellite data. And all this information is freely get anyway. So this is not only the Indian area, but also for us. So we are producing this image contributed to JAXA's activity. Another one is the example, the left figure is world view 3 data. It's detected using high resolution satellite images, tree height detection. And another one is the I think it's the drone image also detected clearly show the segment or detection of the tree. And this is a good example of using the AI technology. It's orange example. And then they find out the orange and not to drop on this or very young fruit to find out. Okay, so last, and I want to explain a little. Oops, this old one. Excuse me, can you click the? I think it's the old one.
Oh, I see. Tachi-san, I will share the slide then.
Yeah, please.
What you can please give us a few minutes. Just. One second. Okay. Yes, Tachi-san, can you see? Yep.
So last slide, this is my last slide, but I would like to show the detail about this slide. This is a proposal to the both governments, India and Japan, joint collaboration areas. We are talking with our colleagues and Indian partners. So when I mentioned as for the elastic capability and the space to monitor the forest using satellite, with this capability and experience, I'd like to propose to the both government to the following 3 items to be jointly implemented to solve the Indian forest issues. We intensively discussed with Indian partners and reached these 3 items. One is explore collaboration on the enhancement or development of forest monitoring and alert system for identifying deforestation, land use change, forest fire. I already told you the deforestation is monitored by the JAXA program, but we enhance this. We will be able to enhance this capability. And the second one is explore the collaboration for identification of major species and location species using multispectral and hyperspectral data. It was a very challenging thing using these data to identify species, but I think it is was challenging. The last one is explore opportunities for training and capacity building. Of course, we are already, I already told you that we have the capacity building program, so we can use this program. So this really I would like to propose to the both government. And also our approach is composed of two steps, not directly one. First one is to start to designate the pilot area and demonstrate method using satellite data and to verify effectiveness of these methods compared to by other data. For example, LiDAR. And then we extend the outcome to the entire input. So you can monitor the deforestation and use change and forest fire. So as a private time frame. So we will also collaborate on their relevant issues such as Satoyama and other effective area based on conservation measures in addition to the Indian forest. Specific area will be identified to further join to discussion with the forestry survey of India. So I think that not only the forest, but also that we can contribute to our technology to your requirements. Finally, I'd like to express special thanks to Dr. Usha Dixit, Science Technology Counselor at the Embassy of India, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to close my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tachi-san, for the excellent presentation. And I think we will, unfortunately, you will not be there for the last plenary session, but at least our colleagues would be joining that and will contribute how we can integrate the different measures and techniques that the presenters have highlighted here. There's a lot about the policy issues, there's a lot about the technological issues, and a lot about how science-based solutions can bring out answers. So that we will discuss in the plenary session. And I would like to now call Dr. Morito Kaneko to present. Sorry for the delay, but I'm sure you have. We look forward to hearing from you. And it's also forestry sector, so you can. It's good that you see something already applied in the forestry part. And now, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you very much. I'm Kanako Morita. I'm from Forestry and Forest Products Research Institute, and I'm an environmental governance researcher. So my talk is a little bit focusing on the governance aspect. So my presentation highlights the importance of strengthening environmental aspects, especially climate change and biodiversity aspects in One Health approach. So this is a figure from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, which has been published just before the COVID-19 pandemic started, and showing how the stakeholders perceive global risks. And at that time, the stakeholders perceive the global risk as the climate change action failure and biodiversity loss are the risks that have a higher likelihood and higher impact. But at the time, people didn't perceive the infectious diseases as a higher likelihood risks. And this is the next year's report after the COVID-19 pandemic, and still biodiversity and climate change action failure. These issues are the stakeholders consider that this is a like high likelihood and higher impact risks. And after the COVID-19, people started to perceive that infectious disease is also a very severe global risks. And As you can see, the infectious disease, people think that it is already a risk that have a higher likelihood and impact. And these climate change and biodiversity and infectious diseases are interconnected, and the main drivers of the spillover among wildlife stocks and people are anthropogenic environmental changes, including land degradation and habitat loss. So it is important to address environmental issues to prevent the zoonotic diseases. And I would also like to highlight the climate change and biodiversity issues are also linked to various sustainable development goals, including health and well-being, and also other issues like poverty reduction, sustainable consumption and production, and other related goals. And also both biodiversity decline and climate change are caused by similar indirect drivers, including institutions, economic drivers, human demographic drivers, governance and sociocultural drivers, and also the direct drivers, including direct exploitation, pollution like water and soil pollution, land and sea use changes. And these drivers make the biodiversity loss and climate change critical, and then these biodiversity loss and climate change affect to our human quality of life. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a growing discussion on Build Back Better from COVID-19, which enables sustainable and resilient recovery after COVID-19. And Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has shown the key dimensions for Build Back Better. And in the center, there is a well-being and inclusiveness. And to achieve this, it is important to achieve achieve other environmental related goals like achieving the net zero emissions, climate resilience, reducing biodiversity loss, and other issues. So in order to strengthen the environmental aspects in One Health approach, which sees the interconnection between the human, animal, and environmental health, it is important to link the two concepts, which is One Health and nature-based solutions that are becoming an important in the discussion of building back better and green recovery from the COVID-19. And as for One Health, with regard to the International Environmental Convention, it is actively discussed under the Convention of Biological Diversity, and also IPBES, which provide a scientific information of biodiversity. And as for the nature-based solution that address various societal challenges such as climate change, disaster risk reduction, and water issues, and at the same time, which produce the benefits of biodiversity and human well-being, nature-based solutions are discussed under both the Convention on Biological Diversity and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And although both are important, both concepts are important in addressing One Health, there are still gaps between the two discussions. And One Health, which is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystem. This One Health is currently led by 4 international organizations, FAO, OIE, WHO, and newly joined UNEP. And G7 has emphasized the importance of One Health and supported the alliance of the 4 international organizations, the OIU, FAO, WHO, and UNEP, to address the One Health. And also G7 support other related One Health approaches that are discussed at the international level. And also, furthermore, One Health is discussed in terms of international cooperation and finance. And World Bank, which support environmental and development projects in developing countries, stress the importance of safeguarding animal, human, and ecosystem health. And And also the Japanese companies recently invested One Health related funds and also the One Health related sustainable development bonds. And the concept, the nature-based solutions, as I have already mentioned, address the various societal challenges and also produce benefits on human well-being and also the biodiversity benefits. And in our recent paper on nature-based solutions, we analyzed the challenges to implement nature-based solution in the Asian countries. And in Asia, the nature-based solutions for climate change mitigation, such as reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, and also the nature-based solution for adaptation, like ecosystem-based adaptation, and also the ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction and green infrastructure. This kind of implementations has already been widely implemented. But while in order to promote nature-based solution implementation broadly, it requires cross-sector strategies and coordination between the institutions and actors, including the finance. And again, the G7 also emphasized not only the One Health, but also the nature-based solutions. And G7 have agreed to work intensively to increase the quantity of finance for climate change actions, including the nature-based solutions. So these issues are nature-based solution finance are also becoming a high political agenda under the G7. So again, I would like to again highlight the importance of linking the One Health approach and the nature-based solutions to strengthening the environmental aspects of One Health approaches. And lastly, I would like to introduce our research project on One Health led by Dr. Kimiko Okabe at my research institute. And in this research project, we are analyzing the balance between the ecosystem conservation and infectious diseases control. And also, we also exploring the way to link the One Health and nature-based solution approaches, which I have talked. And also, from the previous speakers, I have also learned that there are a lot of researches done in India on One Health approach. So I'm hoping to have some I'm hoping that in Japan and India will be able to cooperate with each other on the One Health research, One Health topic through the activities like research projects. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morita, for the excellent presentation. And we have one more here, a very excellent presentation on One Health from your end. And this is very good. And it also concludes this session. So I basically summarize about this session. First, I would like to say congratulations to the really good presentations that you've made in this short time. And there is also a lot of synergy between the presenters that makes it very, means one of the good sessions as well. So I see Kaneko-san, your presentation, Uma's presentation, and Anubham's all come together. And also Mike Konishi talked about socio-ecological production system. And of course, in the end, Kaneko-san, you mentioned about integrating One Health and nature-based solutions. So in a way that we have all these initiatives separate, but we do have to come together and to kind of synergize our efforts together. And probably we will discuss it more during the plenary session, which my colleague Sunida is actually taking care. So I will not drag my session any further, but I would like to congratulate you again. But please don't go away, and we will discuss how we can collaborate with India and how Japan's efforts can be made together, how we can bring synergies, both in the case of socio-ecological systems, in the case of Satoyama in Japan and agroforestry practices in India, and One Health solutions in India and One Health approaches in Japan. So I think we will move forward in that direction. We'll have a separate session on monitoring, so I don't want to talk more about what Tachi-san already mentioned. It will be discussed during the monitoring session by the Director General of Forestry, Mr. Anup Singh. So thank you very much once again. Congratulations. And I will summarize and give it to the plenary. And over to the host, MOFC, for the next session on restoration and OECM. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all the speakers, and thank you Dr. Chandran for chairing this session. Our next session, our second session today, is on restoration and other effective area-based conservation measures. This session will be chaired by Dr. Rintaro Yamaguchi-san, Senior Researcher at the Social Systems Division of the National Institute for Environmental Studies at Tsukuba, Japan. Over to you, Yamaguchi-san.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm really glad to be here and chair this special session. So there was a great presentations on the use of satellite imaging and One Health approaches and nature-based solutions. So I think this is the great time to introduce our next topic, which is OECM. And the concept of OECM is gathering increasing attention these days, given that what the government can do is quite limited, and governments alone cannot achieve such ambitious targets like 30 by 2030. And as already mentioned by our distinguished guests today, the OECM approach has a huge potential, both in Japan and in India. And but the circumstances and context of OECM is hugely different among these two countries. So I'm sure we can learn from each other's experiences, and we have three excellent expert speakers today. One speaker from the India side and two speakers from the Japan side. So our first speaker for this session is Dr. Vinod Mathew. He is going to talk about expanding the conservation estate, and I think we can learn a lot from the India's OECM's experience. So Dr. Mathew, if you're ready, please start sharing your screen. And it's over to you.
You see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet, Dr. Mathur.
Allowing me to share one second.
Dr. Mathur, we can share it from this side if you're facing any issues.
Let me just try one more time. If I can from my
Sure,
side,
sir.
I will do that. Should happen. Does my screen appear or not appear?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, then you can do it. It's better not to waste time, but please do that.
Okay, sir, we are sharing from here.
Well, let me try one more. Can you see it now?
No, sir.
Oh, no.
Oh, really? No? Then please do that.
So we are sharing the screen. Can you see it?
I can see that. Yes.
Yes.
So thank you, Yamaguchi-san, for chairing this session. And as you pointed out, the significance of OECM, which the three speakers in the session are going to bring about. I would begin by saying that as the world talks about preventing the biodiversity loss, preventing the loss of species, what is important is that we give the space for conservation. When I say space for conservation, obviously we are talking in the context of protected areas, But we also need to see how we expand our conservation estate and what is this new tool of OECMs is going to give us. Next slide, please. So just to cap up, that protected areas are specially designated space managed for the purpose of conservation and related ecosystem services and cultural values. Next one, please. In India, we have the Wildlife Protection Act, the Mother Act for Prevention or Protection of Species, and we have 4 categories. It's very important for me to mention the context. So if we talk of Wildlife Protection Act, these are the 4 categories: national parks, sanctuaries, conservation, and community reserve. Next one, please. And if you see their total numbers, I want to draw your attention to the last bottom column, 5.03. 5.03 is the percent of India's protected areas under legal categories of Wildlife Protection Act compared to its geographic area. So if 100% is the geographic area, only 5% are the protected areas declared under the Wildlife Protection Act. And that is what I want to stress in my session today, how we need to change that. Next one, please. So see, IUCN, the Global Conservation Organization, has a much more generic information and description on protected area category. These are the categories which you see in front of your eyes. I won't go into the details, but IUCN uses a much broader classification system than what individual countries use. As I said, India uses only 4, but IUCN has more categories. Next one, please. I want to draw the attention to category 4, which you see in green. These are habitat species management areas. And India has a large amount of forest estate. And it is this forest estate that we want to stress fulfills the category and requirements of category 4. And that is what India has done in recent time. Next slide, please. That we are not just confining ourselves to 4% or 5%, but we are looking at our forest and tree cover. Very recently, India produced this State of Forest report, and you can see around 22% is the forest cover of India. And this forest cover, these are the reserve forests or the recorded forests. They serve every purpose for both forest and wildlife conservation. So following the IUCN definition, following the practices that we have in India, we have the working plans, we have a good management system. We are now saying that India's protected area system is not just 5% under the Wildlife Protection Act, but if we include the Indian Forest Act, which we should, it comes to about 22%. Next one, please. So now what happens that when we were recalculating our forest cover and our forestry estate and conservation estate, we reported to the Convention on Biological Diversity that India has about 22% under coverage of protection and conservation. And that is what encouraged us to join what is called as a 30 by 30 high ambition coalition for nature and people. India is among the group of 75 countries which have recently joined this coalition. And the whole idea is that globally, we must attempt to reach the target of 30% of our geographic area in the year 2030. So that is what the 30 by 30 means. Next one, please. But then comes the challenge. The whole purpose of this session today is to see how do we move our protected area coverage, 22 I just said, to 30%. Where are these new lands going to come? What would be the nature of management? What would be the inventarization? What would be the monitoring? So these are all very related questions. And I have been interacting with my colleagues in Japan who would also be making this presentation. And it is very interesting to see, while the goal is to reach 30%, but the approaches can be different. And that is where we need to learn. India can learn a few things from Japan, and vice versa. Japan can do that. That what is the approach, how effective it is, and how do we take people communities, and corporates together. And that is what, as my colleagues from Japan will be talking about their certification scheme, I would be explaining that what India is doing. Next one, please. So India's movement, then I don't need to define OECMs. These are also very similar to protected areas, but not exactly protected areas. This is what new spaces. And when I give you examples, you will see where are we looking for. Next one, please. There is a huge amount of, if I can use the word confusion. Confusion is not a good word for scientists, but scientists also confuse when they talk of OECM, they give examples of PAs, and when they talk of PAs, they give example of OECMs. So yes, there is an overlap. We are now trying to work with IUCN and CBD to get a better definition. And that is what is going to happen in the next 3 to 6 months, that how do we clearly define these OECMs so that there is no confusion. Next one, please. This is very small journey of India. It just started in June 2020, or not even 2 years. And we have been holding a number of meetings. It shows our interest. It shows our inclination, because the common mandate is, or the common goal is, to prevent extinction, to prevent loss of species, to prevent biodiversity loss, and for which we need to identify spaces which we are now designating as OECMs. Next one, please. So this is the one work which I want to share with our colleagues in Japan and everywhere else who are listening. India is very unique in terms of its biological diversity. We have mountains, we have coast, we have deserts, we have coastal and marine areas, but many of these areas are already part of our national park and sanctuaries. So you can't do much if the area is already a national park or a sanctuary. But we are looking at new areas. And where these new areas are, I will give you some examples. See, many countries, including Japan and India, we have industries. You have the big Hitachi company, Sanyo company, Nike, all those companies are there. These companies are holding huge amount of land. And so is India. The Godrej, the Kirloskar, the Coromandel, they have huge estates of their own. So what we are trying to reach out to them, that while you maintain the ownership of your estate for your purpose, but this estate, this land of yours can also help to conserve biological diversity. Soil can be conserved, water can be conserved, plants can be conserved, grasses can be conserved. It is for us to see that how do we define biodiversity. Biodiversity is not just few species. Every time we talk of tiger, leopard, lions, and so on, it is much beyond that. We should think of bees, we should think of butterflies, we should think of plants, we should think of grasses. And obviously, in this industrial estate, these things are there. Similarly, India has a large number of reservoirs by damming our rivers. While it is not such a good thing to dam the river, but these reservoirs are now a place where birds are there, butterflies are there, bees are there. So we are now reaching out to our irrigation department, Ministry of Irrigation, telling them that these reservoirs which you are holding, we can also designate them as OECM. They are serving very valuable conservation purpose and so on. I now come to agriculture areas. See, in your Satoyama Initiative, you have a mix of mosaic of agriculture land, forestry land, other land uses. Same thing in India. We have very unique forms of agriculture biodiversity. These diversities are from the standpoint of agriculture, not for wild animals or plants, but they can also be covered under OECM. So these are in what you see in front of you, areas which belong to terrestrial areas, to water bodies, to marine. These areas are not our designated national park and sanctuaries. I would like to make it clear once again. These are newer areas which we are now wanting to approach and bring them into OECM category. Next one, please. So then will come the governance. Some of them are government managed. For example, the reservoir. The reservoir is the entity of the Ministry of Irrigation. But there are communities also which are managing agriculture lands. There are some private managed areas and there are some co-managed areas like the industry. So we are very open at this stage. We don't want to take away anybody's land for that matter. It will belong to those people who own that, so that we can have a good buy-in from these people. The communities are comfortable, the corporates are comfortable, the line departments are comfortable that we are not snatching away their land. This is sometimes always happens when government tries to do something, people get a feeling that government is trying to assert their lands and their property. So nothing like that. Wherever possible, if it is a government land, we will manage it with the Ministry of Irrigation or Agriculture. If it is a community, we will manage it with community. If it is a privately owned, a corporate is holding it, we will try to run with them. So these are the broad management governance category. Next one, please. So we have now designed these categories. You can't read them here. Shivani, keep moving them. You will get 4 such slides. So we have now worked out the guidelines, and to say that what category means what. When I say reservoir, what is reservoir? When I say canal, what is canal? So that people can identify what categories we are looking at. Next one, please. Next one, please. So now I give you some examples. This one example, those of my colleagues sitting in Delhi, next door to you in the city of Gurgaon, this is an Arabili Biodiversity Park. And I want to draw your attention to the picture which you see. See, at the back are high-rise buildings. See those skyscrapers at the back. But in the front are areas, which is the Biodiversity Park in Arabili. This is India's first OECM. And last week, none other than the Prime Minister of India made a declaration that this area is going to be the first OECM for India. So we are now working with our scientific ministry, with Dr. Karkata, with our additional secretary, with Tarun and others in trying to identify these areas. Our teams are working. Please keep moving. There are several examples of that. So this is a big company. Godrej is a very important company, but they are holding mangroves. So we are now talking to these corporates. Please keep moving. This is also an industrial area in Tamil Nadu where I live. These are again in Uttarakhand in the mountains. So we are reaching out to every place. This is a very interesting. Private people have also come up and said that we can also contribute to biodiversity conservation. This is the India's first private nature reserve. Similarly in Gujarat. Next one, please. In lakes in Bihar. These are sacred groves in Arunachal Pradesh. Next one, please. Again, an Apatani landscape where people have come forward and said that while conserving, we can do that. This is a unique farming system in Nagaland. These people are helping to work out. And this is the saffron. Just wait for a minute. Saffron, as you know, a very important component for the industry. These people in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, they have said that while we grow saffron, we also can do soil moisture and water conservation. And you can include us under OECM. So see, this is what I'm trying to stress, that sky is the limit. We need to reach out to people to say that these are also serving the purpose of conservation. We are not usurping their land. We are not taking it away, their management. It will remain. So we will follow a very flexible approach, a very dynamic approach in designating our OECM. Next one, please. So now what we have done, I want to share with our Japanese colleague. We have created a portal. This portal is now initially being made by UNDP India, but now it will nest in the ministry's portal. Our division is now working hard to integrate it. So anybody who wants to come in and say that this is what is the area that I have identified, we will put it on the portal. Once it comes on the portal, our teams will interact with them, because there is a lot of engagement to be done. Designating an OECM is not a very simple, straightforward affair. You will need to open up a dialogue, and this portal is going to help us in doing that. So the moment you send us an information, our teams will approach them, and we will work with those people to come up and improve the amount of information which is required. Next one, please. Yeah, please move ahead. So these are now the challenges. Challenges are very clear. You mention the word OECM and people will make a strange face. What is OECM? What is that? I don't know. So we need to spread awareness with stakeholders, with line departments. There is a case-by-case approach which IUCN has said that not every area can be considered as OECM. We will have to evaluate that. We are now, the challenge is to put this OECM in the UNEP WCMC database in Cambridge. They maintain the database both for protected areas and for OECM. We are looking into that. And we want to set up a process. We want to look at how that information will have to be corrected. And we are now looking at what will be the management in these OECMs. Next one, please. This is my last slide. Next one. The way ahead. Like the Japanese, you are also now making up your projects in 2022, 23, 24 to identify. Same thing we are doing. We have put up our teams. We want to identify. We want to make the dossier information. We will be holding meetings with number of people, whether they are corporates, whether they are Indian academic institutions. We want to develop a very simple framework because we don't want to designate the OECM under a given law at this point of time. There are corporates which have their own funding. We are encouraging them that some of your corporate funds can be used for raising awareness. We have recruited a set of young interns, 25 of them working in different parts of the country. We are trying to work with them to say that yes, under their internship, they will help us in doing that. And ultimately, the idea is we want to encourage the community. We want to encourage the corporates. That is where the OECM journey is about. And we would be very, very willing to coordinate with our Japanese counterpart. You have your own certification scheme. We will like to have a closer look of that scheme. You can learn a few things from our effort, and we will definitely try to learn from you. So thank you. Put up my last slide. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. And I will stop here. Please take this slide off. Back to the chairperson for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matthew. It's a great presentation and for a great overview of India's situation. There's still a way to go, but it's wonderful to know the huge progress that has been made in India. And I know that the approach is quite promising. And as you say, the sky's the limit. And I believe there's a very similar discussion is going on in terms of scope definition and collection of case studies and awareness raising in Japan as well. So I would like to introduce our second speaker from the Japan side, Mr. Haisa Yukihiro-san. Haisa-san is the Deputy Division Director, Biodiversity Policy Division, and Nature Conservation Bureau of Ministry of Environment in Japan. So Haisa-san, if you're ready, please start sharing your screen and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. Oh, this is a program. Just a moment, please. Can you hear me well?
Yes, now we can see.
Is my voice clear from this surgical mask?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yamaguchi-san, and thank you very much, Dr. Matsuru, for your presentation, which is always ensuring and encouraging. We loved it. And thank you very much, professors and friends. It is a great pleasure to make a presentation on the current status of OECM-related policy. I thank the organizer to give this opportunity. Let me first begin with brief illustration of Japan's biodiversity. As a result of with many geographical and climatic features, we observe high endemism in fauna and flora. For example, around 50% of our vertebrate species and vascular plants are endemic. As for amphibians, it is as high as over 80%. The richness of biodiversity is well recognized in the global biodiversity arena. For example, 228 key biodiversity areas are there in Japan. Around 70% of the land is covered by forests and 40% by Satoyama, Socioecological production landscapes, SEPLS in short. The major threats to Japan's biodiversity have been identified by the National Biodiversity Strategy. One of the four identified crises is decreasing use and management of natural resources in Satoyama, SEPLS. On the map, can you see the map here? Yeah, right side. On the map, right side, show the green areas, which is representing Satoyama area. Interestingly, 40% of endangered freshwater fish species are on those areas with relatively high human intervention. Those areas are not well represented in the protected area system, disregard with the fact that some of KBAs are identified on those areas as well. Satoyama environment has changed due to various sociological factors such as declining population of rural areas and declining need for biomass resources. Under such circumstances, there are many challenges to continue the management, which usually requires very hard work. In order to conserve Satoyama environment and its characteristic species, we need to enhance its management activities. And other than Satoyama, there are many types of privately conserved areas like the ones listed here. They are owned and managed for some purposes by private entities. Sometimes they aim conservation, but sometimes not. If they don't, as long as the areas are sustainably managed while enhancing the biodiversity conservation values, we should see them as a part of our conservation effort. Then why shouldn't we designate them as protected areas? For Japan, in order to achieve the 30% target only by the existing protected area system, almost 10% of the land area is needed to be legally designated. For that, landowners would need to accept the restriction on development activities, which is unlikely. Besides that, when we think about the areas like Satoyama, legal restriction on human intervention do not always work positively in terms of conservation. As I mentioned, the key is to continue the management and sustainable use of the biomass. Of course, for some areas of significant representative natural beauty, we need to extend the protected areas, but those areas are limited. Thus, we believe that OECMs are the key to achieve the 30% target. This is supported by the latest finding from macroecological analysis done by Ryukyu University. The result shows that a 30% land conservation target was predicted to decrease extinction risk by 74.1% when protected area expansion was implemented across remote areas, Satoyama, and urban areas. The expansion is based on the concept of combining land sparing protection with a land sharing approach through OECMs. Let's have a closer look around one of the area of Satoyama. KBA, key biodiversity areas, are selected by Conservation International, and important Satoyama areas are identified by the Ministry of the Environment. They are shown on this map. Can you see my cursor here? They are important Satoyama area selected by Ministry of the Environment, and they are key biodiversity areas. Those are on production landscapes, namely rice cultivation system with complex irrigation canals and reservoirs. It is highly unlikely that farmers and landowners accept legal restriction for the purpose of biodiversity conservation. However, their rice production offer irreplaceable habitats for some of the endangered species endemic to Japan. In August last year, the ministry publicly announced the basic approach to achieve 30 by 30 target domestically. We are here now, 20.5%. Only this percentage of the land is covered by the existing protected areas. Therefore, we are preparing an official certification scheme for areas contributing to biodiversity. In the next fiscal year, we are launching trial operation of the scheme. By the end of 2023, we will have identified more than 100 OECMs within the country. For this to happen, we need to gather efforts by regions, private corporations, NGOs, and even individuals. This slide shows the basic idea of what we are doing now. Everything on this slide is under the ongoing deliberation process and not yet decided. Those who wish to have their land officially certified may apply to the Ministry of the Environment. After assessment by the expert group, the Ministry gives the certification to the applicant. The total area of them will be calculated and registered on World Database for OECM by the Ministry, but after carefully excluding the duplication with the existing protected areas. For this scheme to work and be reliable, we need to have a good set of criteria. This shows the criteria. We refer to definition provided by Decision 14/8 and guidance in Annex 2 and IUCN's guideline and methodology. We already developed a draft set of criteria and made it public. It is divided into 4 sections, namely demarcation, governance, biodiversity value, and contribution to conservation. The structure is mostly same as the screening criteria suggested in the IUCN methodology. This slide shows the items of the draft criteria. As for the biodiversity section 3, it is designed to allow the scheme to recognize a broad range of conservation values. We know that IUCN guidelines suggest some types of ecosystems are unlikely to be identified as an OECM, such as forests for commercial logging. However, a general exclusion of certain types of ecosystem could narrow the opportunity. We think we need to be open but very careful in the assessment. Reflecting aforementioned characteristics, effects, and analysis, we put here valuable secondary nature for Satoyama and ecosystem consisting of native species with associated ecosystem services for other areas with wider conservation values. As I explained in the previous slide, the certification criteria identifies ecosystem consisting of native species with associated ecosystem services as one of the types of ecosystem. This may include the areas for green infrastructures with eco-DRR function, reflecting the concept of nature-based solution. we are currently doing final tuning on the criteria. Our plan is to start pilot running of the scheme during fiscal year 2022. Official launch will be next fiscal year 2023. This is the last of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haisa-san. It's a great informative.
Yamaguchi, sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to take a minute to kindly request all the speakers to please limit their presentations to 7 minutes, because we are really running late on the schedule. So kindly just adhere to the time limits. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Yamaguchi.
Thank you so much. So Haisa-san, thank you so much for the concept issues, the roadmap and criteria, and its relationship with green infrastructure and nature-based solutions. So in the interest of time, we have to move on to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Professor Fumito Koike. He's a faculty of Environment and Information Sciences in Yokohama National University. I think Koike Sensei will talk about historical perspective on biodiversity. So if you're ready, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to the webinar. So I'm from Yokohama University and also editor-in-chief of Japanese Journal of Conservation Ecology. So Yokohama University is in Yokohama City. It is the largest satellite of the Tokyo metropolitan area. And the campus is close to the sea and many wildlife and beautiful flowers in campus. So the late Professor Akira Miyawaki restored potential natural vegetation in the world for diversity, biodiversity and ecosystem services, and based on vegetation science. This year, we start the program on education in biosphere reserves for sustainable societies with global network. The chair is Professor Matsuda. And biosphere reserve is running place for sustainable development of the interdisciplinary approaches for the social and ecological systems. So it means ecosystem, including humans as one species. So such approach is usually taken in the rural area, but it is also possible in urban area. But the difference is that in rural area, livelihood is an important factor supported by ecosystem. But in urban area, the environment is very important, but as a function of the ecosystem. So I tried an event and looking for remnant plant in Tokyo urban core, because urban people do not know the plant species. They know the word biodiversity, but they do not know the species. So usually the plant in primary vegetation is the target of conservation. But in countries with long history, so there are specific flora and fauna in rural vegetation. So the source of flora might be from post-glacial flora, and many of the flora is from primary grassland in a coastal area. And after Industrial Revolution, the rural vegetation was abandoned, and also herbicide caused bad effect on rural vegetation. So there are so many endangered species in rural area, and that is the target of conservation.
This is the source of rural flora in Japan. That coastal primary grassland. We can find the many rural species there. And similar rural vegetation is in the world. The heather in Europe and oak savanna in North America. So Native American people created a grassland in North America and formed oak savanna, and also in Japan, rural grassland. The common features are potential vegetation is forest and deforested by historical human activities, and very high diversity and specific diversity they have, and degraded after industrial revolution. And there are active conservation efforts there. I suppose there should be such a vegetation in India, and I'm very interested in that vegetation. In urban project, so we detected remnant plants in urban parks. That first we did flora survey in public parks in urban core of Tokyo, and then determine the species, remnant species by historical filter. So there were rural area in Tokyo, Tokyo region in medieval, but vegetated area continued from medieval to the current park through modern era, early modern era. So in early modern era, there are rural road residents in Tokyo, and there are vegetated area there. Then we determine the remnant species. The remnant species should occur in current rural area and also in the parks. So we took A and B, but easily introduced species and horticultural species should be removed, and also species spreading in urban area should be removed. So we removed D and E. Then we obtained these species. These are detected remnant species for Tokyo urban core, 2 violet and 1 raspberry in the dandelions. Then we have the event. So this is the photograph of the event. People looking for remnant species in Arisugawa Park, the center of Tokyo. Then they found wild violet here. So by this event, urban people can enjoy healing and cultural interest and taking photo. I think it is similar to the hunting for people, and can experience conservation approach for historical natural population in their daily life. So this is the approach to improve ecosystem, including humans. There are so many approaches. One is the education and public relations, and another one is legal system and administrative guidance, and another one is designing economic mechanisms as a certification system like that. And our approach is the fourth one, and design and propose an enjoyable lifestyle that can coexist with nature in urban core. So people are not need to be highly conscious to the nature, and I think it is expected that they can have the interest to the nature and can contribute to the rural areas too. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Koike-sensei, for sticking to your time limit. And thank you for an interesting talk on remnant plants. So in the interest of time, we have to move on to our next session. So thank you so much again for our three speakers for the special session on OECM. I think we have learned a lot from both experiences on both countries, and we congratulate on the progress on both countries. So it's back to the Ministry of Forest.
Thank you all the speakers, and thank you Dr. Yamaguchi for chairing this session. Once again, I would like to really reiterate the fact that we are running behind schedule. So please, all the speakers, kindly limit your presentations to 7 minutes, within 7 minutes. So moving on to our next session, which is on research, monitoring and capacity development. It will be chaired by Shri Anup Kumar Singh, Director General of the Forest Survey of India. So over to you, Shri Singh. Please take over. Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon, rather good afternoon everyone, because afternoon in India and afternoon in Japan. And this webinar is going on very interestingly, although we have overshot by just an hour. So I request all presenters to kindly keep on time. Vinod, you will be the first presenter, Mr. Vinod Kumar, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest from Haryana. He is an alumni of ITC Netherlands, like me and like Mr. Dr. Remy Chandran, who is our friend. So we are all from the same group. And Vinod, you can start your presentation. Yeah, I can see your screen, so you can start talking. Vinod, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'll be speaking about potential use of modern remote sensing technologies for biodiversity within the Indian context. First, we see this slide, and we can see there's a lot of constellation of satellites hovering around the Earth, and they are providing a lot of important information, and they have different bandwidth, and they can see, in fact, what we can actually see through our eyes, because there are different bandwidths. Their microwave, sensors are also there. Optical sensors are there. Now, see, what is the correlation between the biodiversity and the Earth observation? How we can get a lot of important indicators and informations relating to biodiversity levels, variables, indicators, and inventory, modeling, and so on. So we can, in fact, and Dr. Professor Vijay Raghavan has emphasized that we need to do survey and surveillance of the biodiversity, and that is possible through the Earth observation through the satellite. And primarily, if we differentiate between different kind of sensors, so we have optical sensors from the PAN data, panchromatic data, single band data, to multispectral data and hyperspectral data. And there is also a space-borne microwave, which is called synthetic aperture radar data, which is also important because this kind of data is able to capture a lot of structural information. So that means the changes which are happening on the ground on the structure, which are very important for the assessment of the biodiversity, because any change on the ground is going to impact the biodiversity some way or other. And thirdly, LiDAR is basically airborne technology, and it is one of the best technology to detect change on the ground on a structural level, and I'll be discussing more about it. What we have done using the optical data in Haryana, because I belong to the forest department, we have done mapping of forest area at cadastral level, so where the land parcel details are there. So it can be seen on 3D. The area is Mangar Bani, very famous area in Faridabad district of Haryana. And from this, we can know that what is the status of any land parcel. And other finer details can also be seen. The other examples, some innovative method, because primarily we do through the optical data, the mapping of the ecosystems and the forest areas, but there are several applications where we can get some innovative solutions. And here is some of the examples that we did. One is on the left side that you see is about knowing about the, dissolved organic content. So sedimentation's load there. So we can find out it is over the Ganga, and it is very important information because from this sediment load, we can find out that the water quality is good or bad, and what are the changes happening over the period of time. So because remote sensing can give us information about the whole of India. And if we have this kind of data where we know that how our wetlands and water bodies are reacting to the pollution which is being thrown there, so we can take some action against it. And on the right side, we have the wetland, Shatranji Reservoir in Gujarat, where we tried that, it is also possible using different combination of bands and ratios of these satellite imageries, and we can find out the water depth. So essentially, we are talking about there's a possibility that we can find out the volume of water and how it is changing over a period of time, which is very, very nice information, because how biodiversity is going to change in freshwater or maybe, so we can come to know about that also. And the species which are dependent, so how they react to the change in the volume of the water, the birds and migratory birds. So that can also be studied from this. Now coming to the synthetic aperture radar data, so we utilize Sentinel-1 data for deforestation detection. And you can see on the right side, because the results have been visualized over the optical data. So there was a patch of 1 acre, which was, deforested because some construction of a shop was being done. And it was detected on this Sentinel-1 SAR data. So what I'm trying to say, there's a possibility that we can detect. There's already, we learned from Dr. Tachi that, they already have JJ-FAST global monitoring system of deforestation. And in India, we also do this kind of analysis, but the thing is that how early we can detect, because it is important that we should be able to detect such changes an early date. So JJ-FAST does it in 45 days, and although it is using LOS2 pulsar, and which has a repeatability of I think 21 days. So we are looking for a solution where we can get at least in 2 weeks to 3 weeks, within 2 to 3 weeks, if we are getting certain alerts all over the country where deforestation is being taken place. It can be a very good solution, and it is one of the points in collaboration. There are other examples like detecting the slope failure. If we are interested in landslide activities or landslide prone areas, it is very important that before it happens, we are aware of where it is going to happen. So if there is a failure, it can be mapped through the time series data. On the right side, we can also monitor the floods. And from the old pattern of the floods, we have the data. Then we can predict also that, which areas are going to be affected, because the factors which are controlling the fact like monsoon and other things, whether, parameters are also received through the remote sensing data, and using them, we can make a flood model very nicely. Now, the last part is about the light detection and ranging. This is one of the technology which is airborne, and it gives the best of information about the ground structure. That you can see, it's a point cloud data. And if you can see in the center, you can see the trees, but the data is not defined. Like different objects are there in the data, but they are not defined. So that means we need to develop algorithm to detect certain objects. For example, here you can see human eyes, our brain is intelligent, and we can see that there are some structures like trees, but to computer, we have to tell that how to detect the tree, but it is possible. Individual tree detection through the LiDAR is very precise, and they can be detected. Not only we can detect a single tree, but there is a possibility that we can detect a lot of biophysical parameters of a tree, like tree height, canopy projection area, and tilt and orientation. And finally, we can get the biomass of a single tree and the carbon sequestered in a tree. This is also a possibility. On the right side, you see a tree and 3D of LiDAR data, where you can see there's a lot of parameters that your eye can see, the height and other things. So those things we need to develop the algorithm, and we have actually done this thing, and we can get a lot of in such information. Besides that, LiDAR gives very good digital terrain model. It is the best that you can get from any technology, and which is very, very useful for watershed management applications. And we can also detect, if we have time series data, so we can see the structural changes in the forest, like deforestation, land use, land, classes changes. And then finally, we can do the forest modeling, which is very interesting. I'll be showing some slides. Before we go to that slide, I will show that how we can detect the trees. Here is an example that you see on the left side. They're very small trees. They are plantation. On the right side, you see the grown-up trees. And the numbers that you see, they are actually the tree height, and the circle that you see, it is canopy projection area. So these are two very important parameters which determine the biomass of a tree. So both the things can be, determined using the LiDAR data. Although LiDAR is expensive data because it is airborne and we have to survey certain area, and it is, but for area which are very important, like biodiversity rich area, we'll see that they provide a lot of very good and base information they provide is very, very good. Recently, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change has taken a decision that, in every state, 100 square kilometer area will be covered. And in fact, LiDAR coverage has been done in many states for detection of soil and moisture measures to be taken. So it is a scientific method where we can see that what kind of work is to be done where. When we have very precise information about the ground terrain, this is possible. I'll be showing certain slides. So this is the data that you see on the top. It is from Gurugram, and this is part of Arabili Hills. On the right, that you see that you see the bare earth. You remove the forest, and how earth, it is exposed plain earth that can be detected in LiDAR data. And there is a small video over it. I see if it plays. I hope you are able to see this video also. So drainage lines are there on this, and this is part of the Damdama Lake in Gurugram. So most of the things which are not visible on high density forest areas, but when we open up the bare earth, we can see the profile. And this is very important for watershed management because it reveals a lot of things. And such information also very good for archaeological survey on the ground, which normally cannot be detected by satellite imageries, which are take the optical data. Now, the slide that you see here, it is basically all the trees that you see here, they are model trees. So firstly, we did, through the LiDAR data, we extracted various parameters of a tree, and based on those trees, like tree height, tilt and orientation and height, everything, and then we digitally planted on the same spot. This way, we made this kind of a model, but in reality, we can make a very precise model loaded with a lot of biophysical parameter information and environmental information, so that it gives a lot of scope to study the biodiversity needs, and it can provide a lot of good information. And there's a video, if it plays, let's see. No, it did not play. Anyway, now coming to the last slide, which is about the collaboration ideas in remote sensing. And Dr. Tachi has already given certain ideas. And what Forest Survey of India is right now doing, they are doing a lot of remote sensing based exercises, and they are coming up with the forest cover analysis every 2 years. But the need is that we should be able to detect deforestation as and when it is happening. And that's how we are looking for a solution where automated tools are there to detect deforestation, because there's a lot of data which is being stored on different servers, and cloud-based processing is also possible. So we are looking for a solutions where on a periodic basis such exercise or such computation is being done on the cloud-based computation, and the results is loaded on the departmental server, so that we are aware every interval of every 14 days we have this information, and that alerts can be generated by Forest Survey of India to different states.
Kindly try to wind up in the next 1 minute. We are already.
Yes, I'm always almost done. And then improving the fire detection. Actually, we are already doing this. Forest Survey of India is already doing this fire detection, but there is a time that because data is not available for certain period, so it may take about 1 hour to 5 or 6 hours. So we need to reduce that time, and in fact, if we can use multiple band SAR data, so we can further improve. And species identification, this was already covered by the Dr. Tachi, and I'm including the LiDAR processing also here. Thank you so much.
Very interesting, Vinod. I mean, it's very, it's a lot of, knowledge sharing for us also. Dr. Bivash, Director, Bombay Natural History Society, can you kindly start with your presentation?
Am I audible and visible both?
Yeah, you are audible and visible.
Okay, so I'll put it in slide somewhat. Good afternoon, and thanks to Dr. Mathur for inviting me to be in this webinar today, and I've been thoroughly enjoying since morning. I am a wildlife biologist by profession, so I will restrict myself to the use of technology in wildlife research. And within that, I will be talking about I will be dealing with 2 study subjects that I personally have conducted work on. One is as a very young boy, I was barely 22, 23-year-old, I started working on sea turtles. So these sea turtles arrive in great numbers along the east coast of India, especially in the state of Odisha. And we had very little knowledge till I started my work in 1993, 94. We had very little knowledge on where these turtles are coming and where they are going. They come to Odisha coast every winter for breeding. So as a young man, I started venturing into the sea, capturing turtles and putting a metal tag on the sea turtle. So each of these turtle tag had a unique number, and below which written address of Director Wildlife Institute of India was written. And when I tagged nearly 35,000 sea turtles during the course of my research, and when I was tagging the turtle, I had very vague idea, or I had very faint idea that one day somebody will come across this tag turtle, and in this small minute letter, the address written of Wildlife Institute of India, somebody will write a letter to us. But fortunately, we got many tag returns from Sri Lanka. But what we were getting is point to point. We tagged the turtles in Orissa, and the turtles were recovered from Sri Lanka. In between, we had absolutely no information. These things went until 1999. And by 1999, we had much better advanced technology available. So there was a Government of India and UNDP program, and subsequently there was a big grant from Director General of Hydrocarbons to Wildlife Institute of India, during which we started fixing satellite transmitters on sea turtles and following their actual movement routes. So this is what I was getting point to point return, turtles tagged from the east coast of India getting recovered from Orissa. We got a similar kind of result, but what we got is more intensive movement of sea turtles. And this is what was required, because the coastal areas or the what you say exclusive economic zone of India is subjected to extensive oil exploration, and that was the time when Director General of Hydrocarbons was talking to us. Please tell us which are the areas that are intensively used by sea turtles, so that we will avoid using oil exploration during the turtle migration season. So by tagging several, by putting satellite transmitters on several sea turtles, we could zero in on this area. These are the core areas that are being used by sea turtles. So please avoid them during the month of December, January, February, when turtles are there in the offshore waters of Orissa. So that is what was one of the major technological intervention that happened during the initial part of my career on sea turtle research. Then subsequently, I joined as a faculty in Wildlife Institute of India, and after working many years, suddenly Dr. Mathur designated me as an elephant expert, and I was asked to carry out research on elephants. Of course, I was working in that forested area for a long time, and I was pretty well versed with that area. So elephants, we started working on that. I mean, the primary interest on elephants came from taking beautiful photographs of elephants in this fantastic landscape along the foothills of Himalayas. But when we are doing our work in the foothills of Himalayas, elephants were dying in the same area due to collision of trains. And that was a big problem. The problem still persists in many parts of our country, in many parts of India. The adult elephants get knocked down by the moving trains, and elephants die. And this problem was pretty acute in a protected area called Rajaji National Park, located in northern part of India in the state of Uttarakhand. And there is a 16-kilometer railway track that passes right in the middle of the park. And this is the area where most of the train collision with elephants were taking place. So then again, thanks to Dr. Mathur, we initiated dialogue with a CSIR organization called Central Scientific Instrumentation Organization based at Chandigarh. And we started exploring the possibility of using, these are called geophones. Using geophones, these are nothing but probes that detect the seismic signature or seismic or the vibration on the Earth's surface. So whenever we walk or whenever anyone walks on the Earth's surface, we carry certain kind of seismic signature, and the probes from the geophones or the sensors from the geophones actually detect that kind of signature. So whether the signature is coming from human being, or it is coming from a buffalo, or it is coming from a moving train, or it is coming from movement of an elephant or any other wild animal, that was our objective to detect. So we selected this railway track, 16-kilometer railway track, but we did sampling some 200-meter stretch along this railway track. We deployed geophones or the sensors, seismic sensors, and then started getting the signals. And to our, this is how it was designed. The railway track was passing through, and 100-meter on both sides of the railway track, we started, we put the geophones, and through which the seismic signatures were obtained, and these signatures were put to a base station, which was solar powered right in the field itself. And those, once the signatures were obtained or once the movement of animals were detected, then we were trying to transmit it to the loco pilots, who can accordingly reduce or increase the speed of the train inside the protected area when they are passing through the protected area. So fortunately, the seismic activity, we could manage to detect seismic activity. Experimental studies were carried out in the beginning, and we could make out the seismic activity of or seismic signature of elephant, which was different from others. So this is how we could detect. So at least on a pilot scale, it was found out that these geophones or these probes can be used, but it has not been scaled up. What is required right now is to scale up this study and figure out on a larger area how we can detect. And we are just doing it in a small stretch of 100 meters. This has to be carried out in a stretch of say 500 meter or 1 kilometer from both sides of railway track, because it just takes few minutes for the elephants to move few hundred meters. So that's why once we detect the elephant presence from a wider area, it will become much more useful for us. So theoretically speaking, it is feasible in the field, we have demonstrated that seismic signatures can be obtained, and it can be used as an useful tool to prevent or to reduce this mortality of elephants on railway tracks, provided we do it large scale experiments. Then again, thanks to Dr. Mathur, his batchmate was the Chief Wildlife Warden of Chhattisgarh, Dr. R.K. Singh, and Chhattisgarh in central India is very prone to human-wildlife conflict, where we lose almost 80 to 85 human lives every year. And so again, Wildlife Institute was asked to go there and carry out a telemetry study, put satellite transmitters on elephants, and find out the movement and behavior of elephants in northern part of Chhattisgarh. So we moved in to this area, radio collared few animals along with my colleagues at the Wildlife Institute. And then what we found out is that very fine scale movement of these animals, the elephants, based on hourly locations that we are getting, it's a highly fragmented landscape in Chhattisgarh. So how the elephants are using these forest patches and moving from one patch to the other. So this is what this very fine scale movement actually helps you in determining what are the critical forest patches that these animals are using, so that we need to protect these linear or the small linear patches of this forest, and any kind of developmental activities, for example, linear infrastructure or mining, how to mitigate these problems by avoiding these key areas which elephants are using. Then also very fine scale movement helped us in predicting the elephant movement, which are the exact areas or how the, because we are getting hourly movement data on these animals, alerting the villagers how the so that villagers are not taken by surprise. Movement of elephants, movement of individual elephants, or movement of herds were used to alert the villagers so that conflict can be avoided. The other thing, based on this movement pattern, actually, we try to erect mobile fences instead of putting this electric fence as a stationary thing and not maintaining it, because it was a huge area and the elephants didn't have a very general or very predictable pattern of movement. So by following these satellite tagged animals, so we started shifting the fences to different areas so that minimizing the conflict instead of making stationary fences at one place. So that's why how if you collar elephants or if you monitor elephants very intensively, you can actually predict or you can follow their movement and then use these moving fences or mobile fences. And also based on these satellite tagged individuals, alert system have been developed both by using collared animals as well as individually identified animals. There has been fantastic work that is being carried out by Nature Conservation Foundation in the Valparai Plateau in the Anamalai Hills in southern India. So we tried to replicate it in the human-dominated landscape in Chhattisgarh by using a slightly different technique called lion shields, which they use for lions in Africa to prevent livestock depredation. To some extent, we achieved a success, but it needs very continuous follow-up and monitoring. So those are the brief things I wanted to tell you. I hope I have stuck to my time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks a lot really for maintaining the time. You just took 10 minutes, which was the initial time. So very nice for managing. Now, after Dr. Bivash, we have got Dr. Yasuko. Dr. Yasuko, Survey Specialist, Biodiversity Center of Japan. Sir, can you kindly come with the presentation?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very honored to be here. I will share my presentation data. Please wait a moment.
Dr. Bivash, you need to stop sharing. Yeah, yes, okay. We can see.
Okay. Wait a moment. Today, I'd like to talk about survey monitoring and data providing by Biodiversity Center of Japan. At first, I'm going to introduce our center briefly. Our center is core center for promoting biodiversity conservation in Japan, and contributing to global biodiversity conservation. It is opened 1998 and it is located at the foot of Mount Fuji. As you know, Mount Fuji is the highest mountain in Japan and also has high biodiversity. Here you can see the works of this center. This center conducts mainly these four works: survey, information provision, collection of materials like specimens and documents, and international cooperation concerning the natural environment and biodiversity. Today, I'd like to talk about especially these survey and information provision parts. So at first, I'm going to talk about survey and monitoring on natural environment by the center. In order to plan and formulate policies to conserve biodiversity and to implement appropriate measures, it is necessary to understand the current state and changes of the natural environment and of biodiversity in Japan, for which a natural environment survey is conducted covering all of Japan. There are two major surveys that are conducted by our center. First one is called the National Survey on the Natural Environment. Second one is Monitoring Site 1000 project. First one is aimed at understanding the current state of Japan and changes of natural environment spatially. And to understand these, maps like vegetation mesh maps and animal distribution map are made on nationwide. You can see the example on the right side. This map shows the coral reef distribution. Second one, Monitoring Site 1000, is quantitative and qualitative survey to understand current state and changes of biodiversity in Japan. I will skip this slide. This is the outline of the National Survey on Natural Environment. This survey is started in 1973, about 50 years ago. And at that time, Japan was in high economic growth and development was progressing. And these big environmental pollution caused by this. In order to enforce administration of natural environment conservation, the Nature Conservation Act was established, and it is based for this survey. This shows the targets on the survey. For example, we conducted the vegetation survey on land, and also coral reef survey and seaweed survey along coastal areas. As for surface water, marshes are one of the targets of our survey. Next is the outline of the Monitoring Site 1000 project. This monitoring system was started in 2003, and at that time in Japan, lifestyle was shifted to urban style, and natural environment was being degraded before we know. So the need of the data to detect the degradation of natural environment and find measures to stop that was becoming high at that time. And for that, total about 1,000 research sites are set up across Japan for representative ecosystems. With the cooperation of the variety actors, including researchers and citizens groups, surveys based on the manual are continuously conducted in each ecosystem. The results are compiled as reports and data files every year, and a comprehensive summary is published every 5 years on the website of the center. As you can see the map, the monitoring sites are distributed in each ecosystems and nationwide. From now on, I'd like to talk about how our survey data are made public. In order to publish our data, we manage the Japan Integrated Biodiversity Information System. JIBIS provides information on the natural environment and biodiversity, including these two survey and monitoring data that I explained before. And these data are provided by various sub-database systems. And the information can be used as open data. About two-dimensional data such as vegetation survey and animal distribution survey data by the National Survey on the Natural Conservation can be used GIS data, and these data are provided by our subsystem, Natural Environment Survey Web GIS and Ikimonolog. Ikimono means living things in Japanese. You can download these data through these subsystems. About quantitative and qualitative data, such as monitoring size 1000 data, can be used as Excel file format, and these data are provided by the subsystem of the monitoring site 1000 and also Ikimonolog. Lastly, I'd like to talk a little bit about Ikimonolog. Ikimonolog is the system to widely collect biodiversity information, such as observation information of the living things using the internet, and to provide such collected information. Biological information managed by local government, NPOs, and individual and so on also can be registered. Registered biodiversity information is accumulated in this database system, and about 3 million pieces of data are registered in this Ikimonolog. People can be search and display distribution maps and download accumulated information. And this accumulated data also is provided to GBIC for global use. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot for the presentation and very interesting insight on what is going on in Japan. I mean, we are not aware of so much of development and such a beautiful sharing. Dr. Yasuko, it was great listening to you. Dr. Vishwas Chavan, CEO, School of Inspired Living, Pune.
Thank you very much. Let me take a minute to share the screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, very much. Very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll be speaking on a slightly different topic since morning to break the monotony. It's about biodiversity in the age of big data, blockchains, artificial intelligence, mobile computing, and other emerging ICT technologies. It's proven beyond doubt that we need data. We need data in the field of biodiversity for understanding the nature, exploring unraveled, undiscovered scientific principles of our ecosystems, sensitizing citizens, seeking their participation, undertake effective conservation measures, harness the biodiversity, participatory biodiversity governance, and ultimately leading to the balanced well-being of humans vis-a-vis other living organisms. So data is towards the sustainable future. And this is all enshrined in different national as well as international and global movements, such as the 2050 biodiversity agenda for living in the harmony with the nature. But then we as a humanity even haven't scratched the tip of the data berg. And therefore, there are myths that prevail into the scientific community as well as the ICT technologists working in the area of natural sciences. And these three myths are that data explosion is there happening in biodiversity science. I would say that data explosion is happening at a snail pace in biodiversity science. There is also another myth that data is answering key biodiversity questions. I think data is answering key biodiversity questions for some of the illicit or exclusive community like ours. The third myth is data has conservation relevance. Yes, for few and not for the masses. And actually that's where the real problem starts. And that problem starts is with the question, where is this data? If I take it from Indian context, 68% of our populations live in villages. There are 22 different languages. We have over 100,000 plus species of fauna recorded or discovered so far, 47,000 plus species in 10 different biogeographic zones. The local communities still venerate the nature, conserve the biodiversity through traditional practices, as well as through institutional structures in the society, in the form of practices like sacred groves. So there is huge data dispersed, diverse, distributed, isolated in individual cupboards. And it is in this particular context, the People's Biodiversity Register, which is very well grooved into the Biological Diversity Act 2002, is a way forward. So PBR is a dynamic document that is made with the effort of the people, which is updated periodically to accommodate the information information related to bioresources and traditional knowledge from the concerned area. So it has to be updated, it has to be comprehensive. If it has to be in use, then it has to be qualitative, and it has to have a large amount of data which can come from participatory process with scientific validation, as well as it includes abundance and distribution maps of species and associated knowledge. So as part of the, while the PBRs were so far generated and created through a manual process, but as part of the National Biodiversity Mission, a national framework for ePBRs or electronic PBRs have been conceived. This slide shows 18 different characters of this ePBR national framework, starting from digitization of legacy data to reduce the financial demands for generation of data, analysis of data, yet having the informed decision making based on the scientific and foolproof analysis of the data. How are we going to achieve it into this national framework for ePBR? This is just a slide that demonstrates the architecture or informatics infrastructure, bit complicated, and that's where the technology like mobile computing becomes a core requirement for the ePBR framework. This is yet another slide that data will be contributed by the citizens in all 22 plus languages, but any citizen on the other end will able to read the data or receive the data in his or her language. So data contributed in Assamese can be read by somebody in South India in Tamil and vice versa. So there is a multilingual engine that will be built up that calls for inclusion or undertaking technologies such as big data, blockchain, and artificial intelligence to achieve this kind of on-the-fly, phase-wise on-the-fly conversion of data from one language to the another language, and that is done on the demand-driven basis. This is yet another slide to explain not only the lingual complexity of the national framework for ePBR, but also a complexity of controlled vocabulary, the standardized terminology, the directory services, citations, giving credits and incentives to the people. So the range of complexity is right from magnitude, complexity, variability, multiplicity, yet making it simple for people to participate, making it simple for people to be able to contribute scientifically relevant data. So ePBR in its whole sense is a mega enterprise that can lead us to increase participation of people, that can build capacity, human capacity in biodiversity awareness, and instill that framework as part of our daily data regime. If that has to happen, then it can only be achieved through implementation of emerging ICT technologies. The first thing that we have been able to do in last 2 years is to move from manual 32 templates to more or less digitally compliant 5-module systems. If we have to implement this 5-module system, then couple of things from the perspective of ICT, emerging ICT technologies will have to be implemented. Number one, the big data. Number two, blockchain technology, the artificial intelligence, and the mobile computing. Moving forward, if we have to provide incentives and credits to everybody in the form, such as my grandmother or my granddaughter who's contributing the data, who's not a scientist, then early on, we have embedded the concept of a data paper where the EPBR metadata would be converted into a scholarly publication, ensuring that everybody who has contributed the data, analyzed the data, validated the data, will be given due credit. So data paper in EPBR national framework is an integral component. This is something that GBIF implemented ahead of its time when blockchain as a term was not coined, but incidentally, it is an early implementation ahead of its time of a blockchain technology. So therefore, to emphasize, the national framework for EPBR is already knowingly as well as unknowingly have started embracing the new emerging ICT technologies. For instance, various participants will come, which also means that they will have some sort of a token to track the traversity of their data through various phases of the data management or data life cycle. So it may emerge through the blockchain technology embracement, a potential for biotoken or biocurrency in years to come. So that's where the embracement of new ICT technologies into the national framework for EPBR has knowingly, unknowingly are embedded into. The whole cardinal principle of the national framework for EPBR is it is built on existing investment, it's people driven, it's content driven, it should be easy to use, it should be interoperable with other global standards and initiatives, either bilaterally or multilaterally, and it should be based on the state-of-art technology facilitated. Now, if all of these principles have to be achieved, then that has to have implementation of ICT technologies, starting from mobile computing, big data, blockchain, artificial intelligence, visualization techniques, and even the techniques such as virtual reality. Here's where we see the opportunity for India-Japan collaboration in this area. India, through the national framework for EPBRs, becomes an excellent platform to testbed various technologies for demand-driven strategies for data mobilization, purpose-driven data management, solution-driven data analysis, and conservation-relevant actions through informed decision-making process. On the other side, acknowledging the pace at which and depth at which the Japanese community works on ICT technologies, it can bring in distributed data harnessing technology, mobile computing with ease of operations, big data, the blockchains, the artificial intelligence, visualization, virtual reality, and one step forward to truly make data management as an Internet of Things. So these are some of the collaborative, and this is not an exclusive list, much can be debated more, and many more collaborative opportunities can be really crafted out of the bilateral discussions. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Chavan, for throwing light on an issue which we have not touched so far. Yes, gradually, I think all things are becoming multidisciplinary, including biodiversity. So I mean, of course, while we need biologists over there, we need statisticians over there, we also need data scientists. This fact has been highlighted very nicely by you. Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director Institute of Himalayan Bioresources Technology, Palampur, is the next speaker. Dr. Vikas, we'll have to, yeah, we can see.
Can you see my presentation, please?
Yes, sir, we can see, sir.
Okay. So very good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair Shri Singh Saab, for giving this opportunity. And at the outset, I must thank Dr. Mathur Saab for the invite to present some of our work into this conference. Let me tell you that we are located in extreme north of the country, and we are in between the Himalayas. And we are one of the 37 institutes of CSIR, which is the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and one of the major chain of laboratory this council has in India. And when we talk of Himalayas, I need not to tell about the significance of Himalayas, but let me mention 3 points that Indian Himalayan region is highly vulnerable, and that is due to geological reasons, due to increased population pressure and impact of climate change. And therefore, you see the worldwide effort, whether it is National Action Plan of Climate Change or UNFCCC or so many national and international agencies, everybody is looking to strengthen our R&D efforts for conservation and management of biological diversity. And they want to also use the newer technologies for building the national capacities. And therefore, in IHBT, we do assessment, monitoring, and conservation of Himalayan bioresources, particularly floras of Himalayan bioresources, so that, we can come out tomorrow for some framework for the sustainable management of Himalayan bioresources. Now, moving ahead in this direction, if you talk of one of the first step in this direction, on inventarization of bioresources, and our institute has done a lot of work in this area. And if you see, the range of databases are available, whether it is HimFlores or Himpadap Sankalan, like that, we have at least 4 different type of databases. Even on medicinal plant, we have separate databases, and we are part of the initiative whereby, this Indian Bioresource Information System of India, we are part of that. It is a initiative or Department of Biotechnology, we are part of that. So we generate a lot of baseline information, and we have an internationally recognized herbarium, the only recognized herbarium of the state, and we represent the flora of tropical to alpine region. That is one of our beauty, and we have huge collection. Now, apart from that capacity, what we try to do, we try to bridge the gap, which is available in known information and through field-based studies. And for example, we reported the new record of flora of Himachal Pradesh. That is our very regular activity. And apart from that, for example, the Keynote area, some part is one of the southern part of Himachal Pradesh. Here we did not have any data that what sort of plants are existing. So we prepared the complete checklist of this plant, and today we have the complete database and how many plants are there. So around 893 taxa and 881 species of angiosperms we have reported. So basically all these databases and all these checklists, they are functioning as the baseline data for climate change. And I'll give you some examples of that, right? And apart from making all these base data, we also try to do some regeneration studies so that we can recommend tomorrow that which part needs more attention. For example, we realize that agroclimatic zone 1 of Himachal Pradesh, which is the tropical region, there the regeneration capacity is very poor and it needs attention. So we offered certain clues that which sort of trees, species, and what we should do, plantation and things of that stuff. A very important activity that our institute does, that is on long-term ecological research plot. And I think such facilities are very rare throughout the country. And I'm happy to share that our institute has 15 such plots, spread throughout the Himalayan zone. and also in the ecotone zones and also in protected areas. So that is some interesting thing our institute has done, and then we try to monitor, say, flowering behavior and things of that stuff. Also on the nitrogen decomposition, that how carbon and nitrogen ratios are changing and how it is monitoring. For example, we reported that this Equalegia and Primula species, they are showing the incidence of early flowering in Dhauladhar mountain range, right? So one of the indicators that yes, there is some warming taking place. We realize that soil temperature has increased by 1.1 degrees Celsius over a period of say 7 or 8 years. I think, and then the number of vegetation cover in lower altitude is going much higher compared to higher elevation, right? And so the vascular plants are they are increasing. Then how the tree species are shifting upwards, and we took the example of betula, and we showed that in Jammu and Kashmir we have the minimum shift, whereas in Arunachal Pradesh we have the maximum shift. And here we are integrated through large number of institutions, and we are not alone in such studies like GB Pant Institute, University of Kashmir. We all are integrated into one such activities for long-term ecological research plot. Then another activity our institute does on assess the primary productivity, and we are trying to analyze whether over a period of time is there any change in the net primary productivity of the forest. For example, we realize that over a period of last 11 years there is trend that NPP was getting declining, but actually statistically the results were not significant, although the trend existed. So this type of studies, maybe after 20 years or 30 years, will let us know that actually climate change is impacting our forest ecosystem or not. All right. Apart from that, one important thing on biodiversity is on forest fire. And here we assess which are the vulnerable areas which are sensitive to forest fire. And like in Himachal and Kangra region particularly, we realize that around 50%, more than 50% is sensitive to forest fire, and that affects, out of that 50%, 14% villages are very prone to the forest fire, and it affects the biodiversity in a big way. So we give such recommendation to the state government, and the state government takes such recommendations very, very seriously. Apart from ground truthing and remote sensing, we do some state-of-art next generation remote sensing also, whether it is LiDAR based or multispectral remote sensing or hyperspectral based remote sensing, so that we can do the mapping of bioresources both at local as well as regional scales. And we support all this data by ground truthing also. And I'll give you a few examples. For example, for special medicinal and aromatic plants, we do some drone-based high-resolution mapping. For example, we have a field of Rosa damas in our Bulgarian rose, and we want to assess that how much is under real crop, how much weed and grasses are there, how much open and barren areas are there, so that we can manage the field. And this is just an example that in rose, actually, we do such management using our drone-based studies and high-resolution based studies. And if you see, we can also estimate the plant size, plant height, so that we can assess when the flowering will be there and how much oil we can have. And the accuracy here is around 96.69%. And I think it is something very significant. And I need not to tell that if you do this digital method, the time reduction is very significant. Like manually, if it takes 6 hours, digitally it just takes 1.2 hours. So much reduction in time one get through this digital system. Like this we have done for stevia and and roses and so many other plants, so that even for when we have to manage the field, that how much gaps are there, so that we can do the gap filling experiment, so that farmers get the due remuneration and due returns. Then we use this bioresource assessment using high resolution remote sensing, and we have a spectral library of more than 100 forest species, and we have the complete plant details, biochemical details, some indices, spectra. We have prepared all of them for say more than 100 forest plant species. And apart from that, for certain medicinal plant, using this our hyperspectral, we can also assess their age. And this has been very useful, particularly for medicinal plant, whether we are 2-year-old plant or 5-year-old plant. And we have developed it for, say, for example, here I'm showing just for Valerian jetamansi, but for other plant species also we have such data, right? So we feel that this remote sensing and next generation remote sensing particularly is becoming so useful. For example, if we have to assess the tree traits and their GBH and height estimation using LiDAR technology, we do it very efficiently. And for example, we had to assess the, we have the whole trees of Ginkgo biloba and we wanted to assess the biomass of individual tree species, and we can do it using LiDAR-based technology. So that is the power of modern technology. And last part I'll come that we do a lot of ecological niche modeling. And using this ecological niche modeling, we can identify if there is a threatened plant species. Using ENM, we can identify the possible areas where those threatened species are likely to be present. And we showed it particularly. And if there are some deficiency, using, say, tissue culture and other propagation method, we go to the right location and we do replantation. So that if any species is under threat, we can do their reconservation. And I'm giving you another solid example. Saffron cultivation we started in Himachal Pradesh, outside Kashmir, where the saffron cultivation was not known. And using ecological niche modeling, followed by ground truthing, we identified the right location. And our experiments are very, very successful. And after Kashmir now, Himachal Pradesh became the another spot for saffron cultivation. So that is the power of this technology that we are talking of. And then we do a lot of capacity building, whether they are forest officials, school children, or entrepreneurs. We do a lot of capacity building to our stakeholders. And in the last, I would say that I think extensive field assessment using cutting edge technology for biodiversity assessment, I think that is one of the major keys. And we can do a lot of automated and rapid monitoring of ecosystem and species. I think this is the second thing which we need to do. Ecosystem and species distribution modeling for future change projection. I think we should have our own data onto this. We should have our own coefficient for that. And here the participation of communities and stakeholders. I think unless we involve them, our job will not be complete. And we need to do a lot of networking and collaboration among institutions. Without them, this Himalayan zone, certainly it's impossible. One institution cannot do this job. And then there should be some mechanism for central repository and data sharing mechanism. We need to evolve something on that issue also. And certainly it needs a diverse expertise and diverse areas. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for a very interesting presentation. Actually, besides collaborating or thinking of collaborating with Japan, I think we should also be collaborating amongst ourselves, because
yes,
it's an eye-opening presentation from you. Because I mean, we are regularly busy in our regular work. We don't know really what the left hand is doing when the right hand does not know. So it's very good. And I think first I should be collaborating with you while we think about collaborating with Japan. So thanks a lot, sir. And Dr. Onuma Manabu, Chief Senior Researcher, National Institute of Environmental Studies, Japan. Sir, you are requested to make the next presentation.
Yes.
Dr. Manabu-san, just a small request to kindly adhere to the time limit since we're really running behind schedule. So just a small reminder.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onuma from NIS Japan. Firstly, I appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation. My presentation title is The Introduction of Research Network Relating to Biodiversity Conservation in Asia. There are some research networks relating to biodiversity conservation in Asia. Among some networks, I would like to introduce two networks today. In particular, I'd like to focus on the Genetic Resource Bank network because I am hoping to establish cooperative relationship of Genetic Resource Bank with India. This slide shows the options for wildlife conservation. There are two main management options for wildlife conservation: in situ conservation and ex situ conservation.
Cryopreservation of genetic resources such as germ cell, somatic cell, tissue, so-called genetic resource bank are one of the options of the extreme conservation. There is a genetic resource bank for endangered species in Japan. This slide shows the overview of the genetic resource bank for endangered species in Japan, managed by NIS. We are covering national endangered species as well as international endangered species, such as Indian rhinoceros. There are over 20 cooperative organizations, including Zoo, National Wildlife Center, and Veterinary Clinic. They send us specimens such as the blood, tissue, sometimes for dead bodies. This slide shows the procedure of cryopreservation. Firstly, veterinarian conduct postmortem examination. Zoonotic pathogens such as avian influenza, tularemia, leptospirosis, brucellosis are the important check items. When we confirm the dead body are free of pathogens, sample collected are studied. There are two main ways of the cryopreservation: cultured cell cryopreservation and tissue cryopreservation. This bar graph shows the cumulative total number of cryopreserved samples from April 2002 to March 2021. Around 4,000 individuals were accepted, and around 80,000 tubes were cryopreserved. As you can see, bird genetic resources were mainly cryopreserved. Among bird samples, we are particularly focused on bird cell cryopreservation. In this way, we have been successful in bird cell culture using tissue from roadkill bird. We are not only cryopreserving genetic resources, but also using them for research, such as reproductive research, genetic research, cell biology research, and infectious disease research. This is the most recent achievement. High precision draft genome data of the Indian rhinoceros has been published. The following is the introduction to our activity outside of Japan. Some visitors from other countries in Asia visited NIS Genetic Resource Bank, and they have strong interest to establish Genetic Resource Bank. So I decided to expand the activity to other countries in Asia. Because although there are many biodiversity hotspots in Asia, but their genetic resource banking activity is not so active in these regions. At the first step, I selected the targeted species based on the two criteria. First one is categorized as threatened species in IUCN Red List. Second is distribution in biodiversity hotspot in Asia. Then I decided Asian rhinoceros, tigers, primates, Asian bears are target species of the project. I have visited Nepal, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia to establish and discuss with them genetic resource bank establishment since 2011. For Indian rhinoceros, we have already started genetic resource banking in Nepal, and the cell culture lab have already established in Singapore. I would like to be glad if we could establish the network with genetic resource bank in India with this meeting as a starting. As I showed the examples, genetic resource banking creates opportunity to promote endangered species research. The research result can be applied for the endangered species conservation. If this circle works well, some endangered species could be excluded from the red list. Then I'd like to introduce Asian Pacific Biodiversity Observation Network briefly. Asian Pacific Biodiversity Observation Network, we call this APBON, has long-term activities since 2009. The members are conducting the observation of biodiversity, ecosystem, and ecosystem service in terrestrial, freshwater, coast, and marine. The member has exchanged the data regularly. The activity also included capacity building for biological sensors. If anyone have interest of the AP4, please let me know or visit this website. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, sir, for making us aware of this thing. It's very interesting. I am not aware whether you are having any tie-up with the Wildlife Institute of India, where Dr. V.B. Mathur used to be director in the past. So, I mean, the Wildlife Institute of India basically is dealing with most of the wildlife things. So, it will be better in case you don't have any contacts. In this webinar, they are not present, but I hope Dr. V.B. Mathur will connect you to them.
Surely we'll do that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, this session is going to end. So, before it ends, being chair, I have the right and privilege of taking 2 minutes for myself. In the 2 minutes, I added 3 minutes more. So, I'll take just 5 minutes to tell as to what we have done. I mean, when we were talking about the collaboration with the Forest Survey of India, and from Japan, we had several speakers who talked about what can be done. And we had Vinod also telling us, Mr. Vinod Kumar telling us, and Tachi-san also telling us as to what are the possible collaboration areas. So before we talk about collaboration, what is Forest Survey of India? What have we done? What are we as an organization? I would just like to run a small PowerPoint. Okay. And in probably 5 minutes, I'll try to finish it. You are sharing PowerPoint. Is my PowerPoint visible? Is my PPT visible?
Yeah, visible, clear.
Right. Thanks a lot, sir. So I'll just run through. We have got a few slides. So about Forest Survey of India. Let's go to the next slide. Replication. Okay. Yeah. So this organization was started in 1965. The organization under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Basic activities of FSI are forest cover assessment. So we are assessing forest cover over the entire country, wall to wall. National forest inventory we carry out, in which we go for tree cover, growing stock, bamboo, carbon stock assessment, again over the entire country. Training and capacity building we are carrying out, and we are also carrying out forest fire monitoring. Some discussion was there as to how to use forest fire monitoring, the SNPP, VIRS, and MODIS satellites. We are already doing it. So that also I'll be showing in the slides what exactly we are doing. And recently we also, in the last 2 years, we carried out a study on above ground biomass assessment of Indian forests using SAR, L-band data, and climate change hotspots in forest areas also we have worked out. Both these things are very interesting. And even climate change hotspots, when we talk, I request Dr. Sanjay to kindly also see our India State of Forest Report 2021, where there is a chapter on climate change hotspot. So, sir, how we can combine, because Himalayan regions are going to be under higher pressure as far as climate change is concerned. More likely to face the brunt of climate change, which anyway is happening. Is unavoidable. It is there at a doorstep. Nationwide forest cover mapping, you can see we have been using the LIS3 sensor, especially we have 23.5 meters. And we carry out, so you can, on the right side, you can see the forest cover map of the country. And you can see the Himalayan region has got a lot of forest, the northeastern region and central part of India, and the Western Ghats, what we call. Since 1987, we have been doing the mapping. So till now, we have done the 17 cycles of forest cover mapping. We have completed. And if you see how we have been growing with technology, we started in 1987 with Landsat MSS, and nowadays we are doing with the IRS, Indian Remote Sensing Satellite Data, 23.5 meters resolution we are working on, and 50,000 scale map we are finally mapping. Second activity is National Forest Inventory, where we actually go to the field and collect. We lay plots and we collect data. So this we started somewhere in 1965. To 2002, we had a particular design. 2002 onward, we have made some changes in design. So we are doing inventory of forest areas. We are doing inventory of trees outside forest, both in rural settings as well as in urban settings. Because as some of the speakers are talking in this particular webinar also, that biodiversity is present everywhere, and we need to take care about the trees outside forest, both in urban settings also. And we have got national level estimates for all the things that we are doing. Training of forestry personnel we have been carrying out for the last so many years. Till now, we have trained 5,000 officials of the State Forest Department in usage of technology, application, remote sensing, GIS, GPS, DGPS. Today, while I am part of this webinar, we have been conducting a training for the carbon assessment for the state government officials. So that was simultaneously going on in another room. Forest fire monitoring, we are using the same, the two satellites, MODIS, the two sensors, MODIS and SNPP VIRS. And National Remote Sensing Center is receiving data, sending to Forest Survey of India, from where we are disseminating the data through emails and SMS. So we have around 150,000 registered users on for SMS. The moment we get the signal, the entire processing time is something around 15 to 20 minutes for email. For SMS, the dissemination time is something around 30 minutes to 40 minutes because SMS gateway gets blocked when there are too many SMS. So we are sending the alerts by email, SMS. We have got a portal called Vanagni portal. And then finally, once it goes to the forest departments, they are trying to suppress the fire. If you see the fire detection in the country, you can see the dark red areas where we had lots of fire during the last season. So the part of Northeast, Uttarakhand, which is a state in Himalayas, then part of Western Ghats and Central India, you can see a lot of forest fires reported. We also go for reporting large forest fires because we differentiated large forest fires from the normal forest fires, because when we are capturing 3 pixels simultaneously, 3 adjacent pixels simultaneously, we are calling it a large forest fire and we are informing the state governments. Pre-fire alerts we have been giving. This is a very interesting thing because we are using the physiographic zones, archived forest data, vulnerable forest types, and forest cover. These are 4 data sets, are our own data sets, and we are also using fire weather index from the NASA. And after categorizing into extreme risk and very high risk, extreme risk and very high risk, every week we are sending by email to the respective forest departments that these are the areas where we are likely to have forest fire. And on the portal, on our portal, Vanagni Geo portal, we are putting the entire data. So this is the portal which is there, Vanagni Geo portal. This is open to the public, so anybody can go and see as to what incidents are taking place and when. Above ground biomass estimation we did with synthetic aperture radar. So the techies who are interested in knowing more about it, they can contact us. This very interesting study which we did for the first time. We took assistance from BITS Pilani Goa campus. So mapping of climate change hotspots in India's forests. See, I mean, where things are changing, what are the areas under different scenarios which are going to be affected, likely to be affected, especially when we talk about herbaria, which people have preserved over the last, say, 100 years, 150 years, as to now how the herbs are going to change, probably as it was being indicated in one of the presentations, the flowering is changing, the presence of herbs is going to change. We have a lot of data of herbs also from the entire country when we are carrying out the forest inventory. So now we need to analyze historical data to find out how climate change is affecting that. This is a very interesting study and I think we need to wake up. Besides that, we are also supporting the Ministry of Environment and Forest in providing decision support systems. This is a GIS-based system. Another system is called E-Green Watch for plantations, Campa plantations, some of the plantations that we are carrying out, whether plantation has been done or not, where it has been done, quality of plantation and all. Now coming to the areas of collaboration, after studying the website of Restec, what we are interested as of now, this is the first take, that SAR usage we want to go for deforestation monitoring, as Vinod also pointed out that we need to have a faster system. Carbon studies, the relationship between soil moisture and forest cover, which ultimately has got a relationship with the regeneration, the forest fires, the growth of the forest. Then AI applications we want to work out on forest fire restoration. I mean, using different factors, what modeling we can carry out. Burnt area assessment using SAR and optical data we would like to do. SAR has got many more applications. We'll be talking to Restec about it. Then hyperspectral, anyway, Vinod has mentioned, for species identification in case we can carry it out. Whatever work has been done in Himalaya Institute, we would like to see that work also. Climate change studies, because we operate at the at pan-India level, we would also like to see more about climate change studies. So what we have done, whether we can improve upon it, and linking the climate change studies with the biodiversity. One very important aspect is capacity building. So we have got already, our training hostel and our training facilities already existing. And because of COVID, most of the trainings we shifted to the virtual training method. But physical training also we have been conducting in the past. So what we were thinking, we had given a proposal to JICA on making a training academy for the South Asian, African, and Latin American nations. Dehradun, where the place where we are stationed, this has got an institute called Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. So from where we have got a lot of faculty members who are working there, as well as the retired professors who are staying in Dehradun. We have got a lot of forest officers. So faculty, getting good faculty for training is not an issue. The weather is very good over here, and FSI is having a training experience for the last 30 years. So I mean, this is one of the things on which I would like to focus, because everything cannot be done by a handful of institutes. So whatever technology that we are developing, instead of waiting for the bestest technology, there is nothing like best. There is nothing like best in the world. So instead of waiting for the bestest technology, let us try to share and disseminate knowledge that I have, that we are having. That's all. That's how I would like to end my presentation. Thanks a lot to Dr. Mathur for giving us the opportunity of making this presentation and joining this webinar. So thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you all the speakers, and thank you Mr. Singh for chairing this session. All the presentations were so informative and extremely engaging, and it was truly a feast for my brain cells, and I'm sure everybody else also feels the very same way. Now we move on to our final session, which is a panel discussion followed by a short question and answer session, and I really emphasize on the short because we are running behind schedule. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Sunita Subramaniam, who's a research fellow at the United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability at Chennai. Dr. Subramaniam, I request you to kindly limit the session to 15 minutes if you can. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Shivani. Thank you so much. All right, so I know all of us are inspired, but also quite restless. So I'll try and see, because we did have a different plan, but I'm trying to think maybe we should do what the new gen calls speed dating and rapid fire question round. So maybe if I can invite all of us to take a minute to step back and reflect on the presentations that have been made. So I'll give you everyone a minute to reflect. And what I would like you to, when you come back, is to raise your hands and basically reflect on two parts. One is, what kind of research collaborations do you think, from your own perspective, you would be interested in engaging with your counterparts from the other country or even from within the country, but basically we're looking at collaborations between institutions in the two countries. So please, if your work is related to research and capacity building, please reflect on which areas you would like to explore further collaborations with. And then I would like to invite all of you who have been working on implementation projects, involved in implementation activities, to look at the what forms of implementation collaborations you would like to look at with each other. And furthermore, towards the end, let's try and see how we can raise advocacy efforts through such a collaborative effort. So this is really a kickoff session, right? This webinar, and from the responses we get here, because I don't think we'll have enough time for a proper Q&A session to reflect. So from what we get from the reflections here, we hope that there would be follow-on working group sessions where interested institutions who find a match. And here I'm going to request the rapporteurs to do two things. One is some of you have already highlighted the areas where you're looking for collaborations, and that's very nice because we can directly take it from your slides. But for some, I think we need to do a little bit of a reflection here. And I request the rapporteurs to also keep be nimble in taking down notes from everyone on where they see the collaborations. So I'm going to give everyone a minute now to reflect and come back. Please raise your hands and I'll call out so you can give your inputs. I'm sorry to rush everyone, but that's how it seems to be today. Thank you. So I have a timer here. I'm going to set it for a minute. Yeah?
Sorry to interrupt, but I would also request everyone to now switch on their video so that we can see each other while we are discussing. Thank you.
Dr. Subramaniam, I think we have our first hand raised from Dr. Chavan. If you want to.
We just have another 10 seconds to go, Shivani. Let's just complete that, if that's okay.
Sunda, I just
okay. Yeah, go
questions
on.
in the chat. So
no, so is that a question you had, Remy?
no, I just put a topic, just a random one.
Okay, so I'm going to take suggestions from everyone on research collaborations first. So if you can keep it to less than a minute, your inputs on where you see you would like to collaborate, who you would like to collaborate with, and yeah. So Dr. Chavan, yeah.
Okay, so in my presentation, we highlighted a very strong plan for moving forward to People's Biodiversity Register into a digital era. And we identified clearly the ICT advancements at the Japanese side and to merge these two together so that both the sides could learn from each other and implement it into their own ecosystems. I think the first step could be taken is the bilateral dialogue between India and Japan in data management, data to decision making, and its implementation through people's participation at large, and moving the people-driven data towards the scientifically qualitative data so that normal citizens' participation in data gathering can be leveraged to make the scientifically based policies and conservation initiatives based on the solid back end of the data and its analysis. So I think the bilateral dialogue.
Thank you, Dr. Chavan. Actually, the point you raised that it's got to be socio-ecological in resilience building, right? But I also wanted to point out, if you're going, I mean, this is an important area and an advancing area. It's a frontline area. We could call any of that. But the point you raised about interoperability between data sets, and I think that might also be relevant for the work that, for instance, Dr. Uma is doing. Trying to get various data sets to talk to each other, especially in the whole One Health, milieu. And maybe, yeah, Dr. Uma, to you.
Thanks for the opportunity. I think that, as you said, this is a really important topic, and it's almost like a research topic. How do you not just integrate, different kinds of data, but stakeholders. When I say stakeholders, I'm saying like public health stakeholders, biodiversity stakeholders, nature-based solution stakeholders, wildlife stakeholders, wildlife trade stakeholders. I mean, all of these people are coming with kinds of different kinds of data, different agendas, different goals that they would like to see realized. So how do they actually talk to each other and work together? Maybe it sounds a little childish, but I think this is really and then to actually come up with instances like a case study in Japan, a case study in India, where it all came together. Because so far, a lot of One Health is just a lot of talk. Like, oh, it would be good if we all work together. It would be good if this and that and the other were true. And it's a framework, but to show it and to apply it in a, with a, and this group is really very interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and multi-sectoral. So show it would be very nice. I hope that's not too big picture for a research collaboration, but it would also match with a governmental kind of interest, I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I think having the big picture is always useful for us to plan, especially for planning purposes. It helps us. I'm going to request anyone from the Japan side who works on One Health to also indicate how they would be interested to collaborate. Do I have everyone on my screen?
Yeah, may I make a comment?
Sure, Onuma-san.
Yeah. I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, the genetic resource banking, collecting the wildlife specimen, is the good starting point to make a cooperation, because this kind of sample can be used for the not only for the biodiversity conservation, but also infectious disease monitoring. And then we can use we can get the distribution data. So that's why I want to make a cooperation with India to establish a genetic resource banking to promote this this kind of thing. We are covering everything if we starting the proper specimen collection. So, and I think just now somebody mentioned one health approach is good. Everybody say this is a good thing, but we have to take actions. This means we need to do the action research approach to achieve the One Health reality. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Onuma-san. It's nice to know that the interest is mutual. And I see, I mean, across all the presentations, we saw that there's a lot of interest, already existing collaborations too, in some respects, we could say, with remote sensing and use of geospatial technologies for monitoring purposes. So I think it speaks to the second point, I mean, the first and second points that the keynote address Dr. Vijay Raghavan made, where he spoke about survey and surveillance. And this is a tool that seems to be very popular in both countries, and probably a lot of work already going in. But I saw that some specific ideas for collaborations have already been suggested across the different slides. So if someone, maybe Remy, if you could just very quickly summarize potential points of collaboration, and then I'd like to request our, people from, so either Anupam or Michael, who represent international organizations, to see what their take is on, for instance, on issues of supporting these country-level bilateral activities. But Remy, over to you, and then perhaps to Anupam and then Michael.
Yes, thank you, Sunita, and it has been a very exciting and very enriched panel, and it's very difficult to summarize it in a short time. So I would say that I just started listing in the chat, so so that we save some time, so we have a parallel discussion later also. And I see that monitoring, as Professor Vijay Raghavan mentioned, is a key. Surveillance monitoring is a key factor again for biodiversity issues. And also, there was also a discussion on what India and Japan can do together to support other nations as well. So that is a secondary issue that has also come in the discussion part. So these two are on the high-end discussion aspects that we could also consider. at mind, or governments should consider at some point of time. And as on from a remote sensing and geospatial point, both India and Japan seems to be on a very high note. They have a very good technology, and somewhere they could come together immediately on addressing some of these issues. And this is the same thing with wildlife monitoring. Today, our president also was mentioning that they could use the same technological strength of India and Japan on satellite remote sensing, AI, and DNA forensics, what Watanabesan and colleagues are doing. So we could use it in Africa through initiatives on monitoring as well. So these are some of the points also that are relevant that we could highlight as well.
Thanks, Remy.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Anupam is still here. Anupam Joshi. If not, Maiko, do you want to give a...
So we cannot hear you. You're muted.
Am I? No, I'm not. You cannot hear me?
Yeah,
we are able to hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Michael, can you give your take on how international organizations could like ourselves could actually support such an activity?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And also thanks very much for all the great presentation. And I really learned a lot as a kind of also researcher, but also in terms of the institutional contribution to move forward. I think we have somehow the network of the various stakeholders who engage in the biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. And then I think this team can take advantage of such kind of a network that has been already established and working over a decade. And we have many case studies, and also in association with the case study, we have also various stakeholders who are actually implementing the policy and also are collaborating with the policymaker as well. So I think we can also contribute to the through the case study and also mobilizing the stakeholders. And also we have also a strong policy kind of links to the as a kind of United Nations kind of organization, so we can also fit into the international processes. And also, of course, a bilateral cooperation could be the fundamental thing, but also we can somehow relate the things to kind of a global or international processes. And then I think, so as we learned today, we have a lot of really good data collection tool and analytical kind of methodological kind of ideas. So I think it would be good to somehow bring together in a way to make it more policy relevant, also actionable in a way. So I think this team can fully kind of take advantage of the Satoyama Initiative and also the international partnership. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to now turn over to people who are directly involved in implementation activities in both the countries. And I guess that's actually Dr. Mathur and Dr. Hasai-san, both of you. How do you see collaborations happening at the level of implementation? How are the possibilities? Promising? And what ideas do you have?
Thank you, Sunita, for raising this issue. First, I would say that while I support collaboration in research, I would also like to add research policy interface. See, you and I work for different organizations, and what we see, research is needed, yes, definitely, but the connect between research and policy needs to be very importantly strengthened. So we should now start talking of research and policy in the same breath. That is what I'm saying. It's not easy, but we should try that. That's my first point. Second is there is a host of very nice scientific institutions both in Japan and India. We must, as a part of this initiative, start thinking of twinning them. For example, the Indian Institute of Science, where Uma works, or the National Biodiversity Authority, where I work, and as Remy was mentioning, the Wildlife Institute of India and the Forest Survey of India. See, we pick up a handful of these scientific institutions and look at their equivalent in the Japanese system. It could be the National Biodiversity Center or whatever else it is. And we try to establish a one-to-one connect between institutions, and with institutions will come individuals. They go together. I mean, we may say, no individuals, institutions only, but you need to have champions in that. So I would say that we should think of it as a part of this webinar today, take a kind of understanding that efforts will be made to look at the twinning possibility in areas of interest. And I'm very sure our scientists are competent enough to look at that. Already in this webinar today, we have flagged issues like One Health. We have started looking at issues of resource governance. We have started looking at issue of big data. So around these 3-4 topics, if we can work around, we should be able to do it. And I'm very sure that both Dr. Ketki and Dr. Usha, we don't want to steal what they are going to say in the end, but we are making a strong pitch here that we must identify certain areas, and perhaps this is also the right time to move from a virtual meeting to a physical meeting. See, virtual has taken advantage. It has taken its toll also. Let's look at that in the next 3 to 6 months. We should be able to hold meetings and bring a group of scientists in Japan or in India and continue with these ideas that we talked about. So back to you, Sunita, for my 90 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. And Hasai-san, to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the all of the interesting presentations, and specifically to the presentation of Dr. Matsuru. I really thought that the last slide of the website, the photo, it really looks like Japan. And I really think that we, both of us, have very common landscape in rural areas. And it seems that we are few of those who believe that production landscape will be the possible OECMs. And our voice, we need to make our voice heard in the international conservation community. So in this regard, Japan would like to have a good collaboration with India and the UNU in order to make our voice heard in the international conservation society. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Haisa-san. Just to add on, to supplement what you just now said, we are in the decade. We are going through the current decade for ecosystem restoration. One of the task forces is specifically working on looking at compiling best practices compiling best practices on ecosystem restoration, and it's speaking to landscape approaches, and they are looking at production landscapes also as an important area, because increasingly, and that is a good sign, increasingly moving away from conservation only in fenced areas, it's now getting to looking at how do we motivate people, right, to do this as a matter of normal activity. So in that context, also the presentation that was made on looking at enhancing biodiversity in urban spaces, I think that's another very important topic that we need to pay attention to, and perhaps, and there's a lot of interest, of course, in India, and also something that Japan is very much advocating. So I think that's another area that we can try and see if we can work together. You already spoke about the need for advocacy, Haisa-san, and I think that's a very, very important arena for us to enter into. And advocacy in international forums, but I also think advocacy with the private sector. it's very important because we are speaking about biodiversity and sustainable development. So that means we speak about all parts of the production process, of the production cycle, and it would be useful for us, perhaps not now, but to reflect on how we can, make our own communication more effective with these various stakeholder groups who are very influential and who actually need to take up the policies goals that we are advocating. Okay, do we have any further inputs now? Because I know I've already stretched the 15-minute limit that was given to me by Shivani. Do we have any further inputs at this stage? I don't see any hands. If not, then back to you, Shivani, to Secretariat and for the next steps.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam, for moderating this session so brilliantly. Also, what a wonderful panel this was. I think a lot of positive ideas have been generated in this session, and I'm sure we'll see soon see some kind of positive action on the same. So to deliver the way forward and closing remarks, I'd like to now invite Dr. Ketaki Bapat, Scientist F, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India.
Thank you, Shivani. Good afternoon to one and all. And it is really a beautiful and interesting journey so far. Only thing we have missed the timeline. Sorry about that and apologies. And my heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries and viewers for participating in this webinar. Overall, global well-being is a matter of concern, and biodiversity conservation would play an important role in influencing One Health SDG goal, climate change, and many more aspects. As everybody knows, that National Biodiversity and Human Wellbeing Mission, which has been already approved by Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovations Advisory Council, which is being processed by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and being coordinated by Principal Scientific Advisor's Office. Today, keynote speaker, Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor Vijay Raghavan, also mentioned very nicely about survey, surveillance, use and sustainability to strengthen the biodiversity. And with these deliberations and these sessions, we had many subjects and topics of mutual interest covered, and experts from India and Japan have really deliberated well their views, research outcomes, practices in the areas of mutual interest, tackling the current crisis. And it was emphasized that by everyone for that matter, that vigorous collaborations is a need of an hour, and which is to be channelized for better resource governance. And today's webinar is I would say, a first step taken to strengthen the biodiversity conservation and to take these efforts forward, as it was being discussed in these panel discussions, and many good topics have been also identified. And it is being proposed to take this effort forward. It is being proposed that the interministry roundtable meeting would be held soon, probably maybe in the month of April itself. And the fine-tuning and identifying the areas of mutual interest will be really discussed. And adopting well-researched tools and technologies in the identifying areas will be done by the today's interactive groups. Propagating Satoyama OECM, One Health initiatives, and possible collaborations and formulation as a research projects, because seeing is believing. And good tools we have, so we must take the advantage of this, and such a vibrant groups are there, so we must take advantage of this. And of course, it is a very important that big data and the potential and the methodologies and different projects outcomes were discussed in this big data, and seeking the collaborative partnership with Japanese scientific institutions, scientists, and other stakeholders to harness this big data for promoting participatory biodiversity governance may be thought in a big way, and the identification of partners can be sorted. And such endeavors will continue with the support of Embassy India, Japanese government, and ministry, and all of us enthusiastic scientific community and other stakeholders. And that is why organizing such periodic meetings, maybe through web or in a physical mode, if everything is fine, and with the day-to-day or the upcoming identified topics may be conducted. So I again thank you all for really being a part of this wonderful journey. And from our side, anything is lapsed, so please forgive us. We have tried this first step, and with your support, we could have reached up to this level. Let us take this journey forward. And as it has been reiterated, that we have to make our community strong in the international forum also. So thank you one and all. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bapat. Now I'd like to invite Tanaka A.G.-san, Senior Coordinator for Biodiversity at the Biodiversity Policy Division of the Nature Conservation Bureau of the Ministry of Environment of Japan.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Tanaka Eiji, Senior Coordinator for Biodiversity Policy Division, Nature Conservation Bureau, Ministry of the Environment of Japan. So it's a great pleasure to me to have this opportunity to say a few words at the closing of this special webinar. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Embassy of India in Tokyo for organizing this important event. Today, I heard from Japanese and Indian experts their efforts and experiences on One Health approaches, OECM's research and monitoring on biodiversity, and so on. I hope this webinar would be a good opportunity to share and enrich our understandings. I also hope that environment ministries of both countries will exchange views on the post-2020 global biodiversity framework in the near future. Finally, I would like the government of India to take this opportunity to become a member of the International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative. Thank you for your attention. ありがとうございます。
Arigato gozaimasu, Seiji-san. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Dr. Usha Dikshit, Senior Counselor to the Embassy of Tokyo in Japan, to deliver the concluding remarks. Dr. Dikshit, you are mute.
Please unmute.
Sorry for that. Yeah, konbawa and good evening to all. This brings us to the end of very interesting sessions, and I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have made it convenient to attend this webinar organized by Embassy of India in association with Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Ministry of the Environment of Japan. As we are aware that the loss of biodiversity and the degradation of the ecosystem is posing a major risk to human survival and development. By understanding threats to biodiversity, we need to be prepared to manage conservation challenges, and it is important that we have a new strategy to adopt more sustainable and climate-friendly practices than the existing ones. Today's interaction offers various opportunities to work together for the development of innovative and sustainable technologies offering coexistence with nature to overcome the technical challenges and address the scientific knowledge gaps by addressing the drivers of biodiversity loss we are facing. We need to work together in achieving sustainable development through supply of ecosystem services that meets the needs of all sectors of the society, and joint scientific research, including innovation and involving industrial sectors in this area, and knowledge exchange will help upgrade the technological capabilities in both countries, as well as will promote sustainable livelihood opportunities. For this, we need science-based targets for various sectors to measure their performance on a biodiversity scale of impact. The science community can contribute in developing indicators, improving data gathering, reporting, monitoring, including sharing of best practices, and establishing a joint portal or hub to address key knowledge gaps. In addition, we need to reduce the pressures on biodiversity, restore the ecosystem, species, and genetic diversity, put our efforts for sustainable utilization of biological resources in a fair manner by developing an effective, accountable, and transparent mechanism. This will help us build a future with the environment that could benefit on both sides. As mentioned by Dr. Ketki Bapat and Mr. Tanaka Eiji for a post-webinar action, I would like to suggest to have a subcommittee with the representatives from the participating organizations in today's event for the follow-up action for workable bilateral program to strengthen the India-Japan relations. You are kindly requested to share the names of the nodal person by end of this week so that we can have a round table meeting sometime in April. And on behalf of Embassy of India and Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our honorable delegates and speakers from various institutes and organizations from Japan and India who have blessed us with their presence and not only took out valuable time of their busy schedule for this event, but have enlightened us with their graceful opinions today. It has been our tribute to host all the members and audience of the meeting. And I also take this occurrence to thank the entire participants from India and Japan for participating and representing their valuable views. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, for his kind presence and very inspiring keynote address. I'm sure all present here will have a lot to take away from his speech and work together on the 4 points highlighted by him related to biodiversity and ecosystem management, that is survey, surveillance, use, and sustainable development. And I'm pleased to note that our today's speakers are already in the right path to take it forward on a collaborative mode. Further, I would like to thank all the respective representatives from the government of Japan as well as from India who have blessed us with their presence. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated, dedicated staff, including the NIC team, who have contributed to organizing this event. Our special thanks are to Dr. Ketki Bapat, from Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, who has been the most indispensable person in organizing this event. And our special thanks are to Mr. Tanaka Eiji and his team from Ministry of the Environment of Japan, Dr. Kaketa and his team from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, India, Dr. Vinod Mathu from National Biodiversity Authority and his team, Dr. Sunita Subramaniam and her team from United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability for extensive cooperation to arrange this important event in this short span of time. I really believe that with such a strong interactions, we will be able to support the common effort as protecting our environment and our diversity is protecting ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to thank you all for being with us today. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your warm words. And with that, we come to the very end of our program today. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, I thank you all for taking the time to be a part of this forum today and making this event a huge success. I sincerely hope that very soon we all meet again bilaterally and hopefully in a physical setup to follow up on this webinar. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you all and a very good evening to everyone. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Usha. Special thank you so much
Thank you very
for
much.
conceptualize and efforted. Really applauded. Your efforts are applauded.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank you
Dr.
all.
Usha.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye.